before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Shut up both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
Throughout the whole course, there were a lot of rotations. This one game I was playing against strong Czech Grandmaster, Indian International Master Bharat.
Magesh took over in his group classes. Once he reached...
This kid, is super talented.
He's really good at calculating, he's really good at the openings.
I think 2700 is gettable in another 3 years.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gustafsson.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
e5. It's e5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
e5. It's e5 Patzers.
Throughout the whole course, there were a lot of rotations. This one game I was playing against strong Czech Grandmaster, Indian International Master Bharat.
Magesh took over in his group classes. Once he reached...
This kid, is super talented.
He's really good at calculating, he's really good at the openings.
I think 2700 is gettable in another 3 years.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, the d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
Hello everybody, welcome to the third round of the Sinquefield Cup. We have the clash of the leaders, Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann, their first encounter in Classical. If Hans Niemann wins this game, he will cross 2700 for the first time. Rustam Kasimdzhanov is here to talk us through it, and of course all the other matchups that we have. Rustam, how are you today?
I'm good. I watched a bit of that show with Lord of the Rings and stuff. I liked it. It's nice. I'd never thought, Galadriel would be in this sort of occupation.
Vampire Hunter or whatever she's doing?
Yeah. I thought she was more, like a demigoddess type, yeah? A bit less hands-on, but...
We all have our past. I didn't like it. I mean, it's beautifully shot and you can tell they spent a lot of money. But I don't really know what it's about. Like... The first 10 minutes, I thought, okay, now we're getting somewhere. But then they already told like a couple decades of what was happening. then it's slowed down a lot, no?
But a beautifully shot movie deserves to be watched, right? If only for this.
Yeah, we'll stick around, but I'm not really on board yet. You know what's a good movie? The Return of the King. A lot of stuff happening there. Magnus, still the king, plays 4g3 against the Nimzo Indian. That's not a move you see every day.
But usually transposes to knight f3, g3, right?
So black is supposed to go d5, no? Or castle, followed by d5.
Is c5 not a move?
No, in general, my position was after knight f3, you're hoping for c5, g3. But no one goes c5 anymore. No, like everyone castles or plays d5.
Or even
b6.
Yeah.
Well, after g3, the problem is supposed to be, well, whatever, castles or d5. This and d5. And here they go knight f3 and you take the pawn. Short castles, knight c6. I've looked at this on and off, but I could never get anywhere with white. So I'm curious what he wants.
He probably had a feeling that his opponent might not be ready for this.
That's in general what he wants, no? Like just surprise and he'll be better prepared in whatever line he chose. And take it from there. g3, very rare. Hans seems to be surprised. Who wouldn't be? It's also a weird move, no? First you go for the center with knight c3, and then they pin you with bishop b4. You say, okay, I give up. Let's switch to the Catalan. It's odd.
Maybe he could have played Catalan right away.
I think he's aware of that option. But yeah, it looks better to go g3 without the pin. Because here, if d5, bishop g2, bishop b4 check, you typically don't go knight c3.
But you might.
You could, but you wouldn't.
I think Magnus has played this before. He had some games against Mickey.
Wow, that's the really old days. 2006 Turin Olympiad.
I know, it feels like yesterday to me.
Same here. We're old. I was there.
So was I.
Magnus was still a young pup. There was some bishop g5, bishop h4, and then some piece sacrifice on g5 or something. There was stuff in that game. All right, Hans, a deep thought. Shall we do predictions before we give our expert opinions, or your expert opinions on all the positions?
Let's do predictions.
Magnus 1-0.
Draw.
Wesley against Fabi.
Draw.
Draw. Lenier Dominguez versus Jan Nepomniachtchi.
White wins.
I'll say draw. Alireza versus Levin.
Black wins.
Black wins. I like it. 0-1. Madyarov versus MVL.
I'll go with draw.
I'll go 1-0. MVL has a great score against Wesley. Bad score against Madyarov. Somehow he can't get a hold of Madyarov. All right. So now that you know the outcomes, we wish you a pleasant evening. Been a great pleasure. Where do you want to go first?
We should go somewhere where there is some action.
Like Ibiza?
Is there any action in Ibiza? Never been.
I also haven't been in it for a while. I'm sure it has a very active club scene.
I think this is like an urban legend.
You don't think there's partying in Ibiza?
No, that's how they lure you in, yeah. And then when you come there, you see like a bunch of old people like yourself. And...
Wow. Shots fired. Could be. And you have...
I am pretty much exactly your age.
No. Yeah, and you have a bunch of Germans saying, Yeah, you don't go to the touristic spots, but the middle of the island, it's really beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you. All right. Alireza versus Levoncho. Good old Italian, knight f6, h3. They are doing all kinds of crazy things with the move orders here.
Mm-hmm.
Short castles and now knight c3. Interesting. I guess you don't want to go h6 because you might get checkmated with some g4.
Mm-hmm.
And after d6,
you have to face bishop g5. You'll be ready.
This or this, yeah. So Levon, a6 is another move that would come to mind for me. But a6, I'm always confused about this. Then they often play bishop e3, and now it's somehow less good. Oh no, this is actually fine. No, never mind. Knight a5. What's this? Can we take the pawn? Bishop d4, what happens?
I thought maybe just take on c4 and d5.
With
I'm not
Marshall style compensation.
Marshall style, yes.
Isn't bishop d4 good?
Might be. And if knight f7,
I don't know.
can you go knight
What is
f7,
this?
queen e7, or am I delirious?
Wow. Could both be true. Check and here now.
Yes, fair enough. And here I can try my luck with like knight takes e4.
Wow.
But it will probably not work. Knight e7,
It's beautiful,
bishop f2, and you have king, yeah. You have king e2, unfortunately, and king d2, but it was close.
Very close. That'd be pretty. I'm also not sure what happens after, whatever. d4, but
Well, then
that's...
at least I can take bishop c3, queen takes e4, take stuff.
It's true.
My brilliant combination deserves the better outcome.
No idea how we got here, but Alireza's thinking. What other moves does he have? I don't know, bishop g5 or something. Bishop b3, it's hard to be too impressed with, isn't it?
Yeah, he would like to keep that bishop if possible.
It's not possible. Levon's blitzing. By the way, his name is Levon, right? I always say Levon, as I think most do, but Levon is correct, right?
That's how I always said it. Yes, Levon. But most people call him all sorts of other variations of the name.
Levoncho?
Well, I'm in Russian-speaking circles. They either call him Lev or Leva, all sorts of abbreviations.
Gotcha. Lev seems pretty common. So this is interesting. We still haven't quite figured out how this goes. Bishop d4, knight f7. But maybe you're right, and he just wants to take on c4. Take it
Maybe
from there.
queen e7.
And if knight f7, you have some knight c4.
Then I have knight c4.
Bishop f7. Are we
Yeah.
happy? Can you go king h8 there?
I was wondering.
Weird position already. Might work.
Or d4, or might also be less than solid. Bishop b4. This is the last thing you want with white, right? Having to calculate shaky lines on move 6.
Well, Reza's used to it. He had the same against Fabi. Not quite a move 6. Yeah, also Levon blitzed this move out. And although he's a bluffer, it's not really the type of move you blitz out, no, if you've never seen this before.
Yeah, I have a feeling he will have had a good look at it.
So Things looking good for Lev. This is a bit dry. I can never tell if Maxim starts playing a new opening or not the Grunfeld. How much time has he spent on this? Or has he just decided, I'll start taking and then take it from there?
I don't know, but didn't he recently play this sort of a line against Erwin?
He's had a bunch of games with the QGA, but I'm not sure I recall that one.
I think it was at the Bundesliga that you sadly missed.
Oh, that is sad. He drew Erwin here?
Yes, indeed.
So DC5, very dry.
This is one problem with this position. There are so many exciting and interesting lines, but whenever you play it with black, your opponent will just take DC5.
No, sometimes I play B3 or Bishop E2 with some other very boring move too.
Yeah, but again, there are a bunch of lines like E4 is very exciting and Bishop B3 can be very exciting, but you never get them. At some point, I spent some time preparing QGA, and after 7 games where my opponents played DC5, I decided that maybe this one is just not for me.
The problem is also DC5 is not just a draw, right? I mean, you still have to be slightly precise, and some people might ask some questions.
Yeah, no, I lost this ending against Predrag Nikolic, who was black without much fight. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant.
Pioneered as so many things by Vladimir Kramnik. Not sure he was the first to play it, but he made it big. No, he played it against Kasparov and others.
Yeah, he was also not the first to play the Berlin defense, yeah, but he did make it big.
Very much so. He was the first to play the Catalan.
And he was the first to move to Geneva.
Nah, there must have been people in Geneva.
No, I think he was literally the first.
he's the founder of the city.
He is the founder. That's why it's so beautiful.
He built it in his image. All right, DC, always big choice here if you want to take here or take back directly, accepting the king on D8. I think they do both, but this has been considered to be slightly more precise. I don't even know. Bishop E2 looks a bit cryptic, but makes some sense. No, the bishop, it doesn't do anything here. You clear that square for the knight or for whatever nonsense you want to do.
Yeah, also I think mainly because at some point Kramnik was playing Bishop E2 and the world followed.
It feels smart, not to play a move like Bishop E2, you feel subtle. King E7, Knight C3. That means the other horse he wants to go here, yeah? Here it comes. I had some blitz games like that. Usually people allow me to do this and I'm happy.
Yeah, but he played Knight BD7, which is slightly... I mean, it's a curious way of playing the opening, right? You allow him to take your bishop or the other bishop. You might can play Knight A5, right?
Yeah.
I think in the 1960s, this sort of an approach to opening would be frowned upon.
I think it's still frowned upon. I'm sure there are like hundreds of games here.
I wish we lived in a world where it would be possible to, you know...
To check?
To check, yes.
I'll check, no worries. Not choosing the fastest check track. You know what I noticed about this movie, Return of the King? Good movie. But like the forces of good, they have horrible timing, no? Like they allow this whole city of Gondor to be destroyed until these Rohan people show up. Then half of them are being butchered. And then this army of the dead shows up and just crushes everybody. Like, ask the army of the dead a day earlier and you don't have a single casualty.
Well, he couldn't go out there earlier. He didn't have a sword, did he?
Yeah, but Elrond, like, he couldn't come over, bring the sword a day earlier. Like, really?
But it wasn't repaired yet.
Oh, no. heard the elves, they have the best, what do you call this? Locksmith?
Yeah, but they
in
also
the
have
world,
to travel distance.
Okay, I'm just saying, if all these events had happened like 10 hours earlier, none of the tragedies in Gondor we would have to face.
You know, with the Army of the Dead, basically everybody else who, you know, who showed up, somehow it feels irrelevant, right? I mean,
They were
the Dead-
useless, no? Like the Rohan people could have stayed at home. Like,
well, everybody basically, because the Dead, they somehow just killed everyone, no?
they also seemed very hard to even hurt, no? Because they're dead
Mhm.
already.
No, I used to have very fond memories of this scene in that cave, you know, with that sword and the ghosts. And but then on rewatching this for the 18th time, I started thinking maybe this scene is not so impressive.
But if you find it impressive the first 17 times, it's probably impressive. No, I think it isn't built for 18 time.
No, I was
18 time viewing.
also thinking that it's also not at all an original concept, right? The Pirates of the Caribbean had the same thing, and with this crew of the dead that couldn't die. And Wilhelm Hauff had a fairy tale like this that you probably read when you were a kid and whatnot. Yeah.
But wasn't Return of the King before Pirates of the Caribbean? I'm not sure.
Yeah, but
maybe
Wilhelm
not.
Hauff was there before either one of them.
All right, Willem gets the credit. I checked. Knight takes c5 and knight a5, both popular moves here. Both score well for white, but not overwhelmingly well. Knight c5, white scores 65%. Knight a5, white scores 60%.
Well, normally a knight c5, and let's say f3. Yeah, they should be.
Yeah, then the question is if b4, because if white gets e4, bishop e3, he's more or less winning, right?
Yes, so black goes b4, and after knight d1, then he probably goes a5, bishop a6, right?
Yeah. So what they mostly do is knight c5, and then play b4 themselves.
Yeah, I was thinking b4 looks very natural, and then knight e4, right? I guess.
Yeah, we're following, among others, a game by Linier Dominguez with black. If Linier plays this, probably means it holds. Should be 2, rook ac8. More moves were made, but black stood his ground. Knight has some jumps.
Yeah, I mean f6 will largely neutralize the dark squared bishop, and the other bishop is also not too terrifying.
Yeah. This on the board, knight c5 followed by b4. So Maxime, he might just know what he's doing here. Or he might have seen that Jeffrey Zhong Linier Dominguez game. All right. Speaking of Linier, he's white against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What do you call this? A positional knight off? I always liked this line, bishop e3, knight f3. Felt more chicken and more like normal chess than the others.
Yeah, I think it's quite a poisonous little line.
Yeah. Notable that Nepomniachtchi goes for Najdorf, not for his new love, the Petrov, against Linier. Maybe looking for some winning chances.
But also Petrov is the opening at some point you get tired of.
Can't imagine. What is his position?
I feel like going knight h4.
G6 you go back? Or?
G6 I can experiment with bishop h6 and then I try to go knight d5.
Oh, That's a dangerous experiment already.
Mm-hmm. Maybe knight h4, you go knight c5 or something.
Yeah.
But speaking of Petrov, is Fabio also playing a Petrov?
He's back on the Petrov train. Maybe never left it, actually. Bishop d3 by Wesley. One of the many sidelines you could try here. d4, knight c3, obviously the main ones. But every now and then you see d3, bishop d3, c4. My favorite, c3, hoping for bishop e7, queen a4 check.
That is just nasty.
Could never convince Magnus this is a good trap, but might as well try. If they go d5, okay. Life goes on. You play d3, followed by d4. Anyway, bishop d3, this is a serious move. And knight to f6 by Fabi. As far as I know, d5 is supposed to be the cleaner way to handle this bishop d3.
But it's a gambit, right? Queen e2, bishop
Queen
e7.
e2, you give a pawn, and life goes on, yeah. You
Mhm.
pretend it's a marshal. But Fabi is saying, no pawn for you, sir. Now white has to make sense of his bishop on d3. You can either do that by c3, bishop c2, or by rook e1, bishop f1, d4. I think both have been tried. No, maybe. Even without h3, they had a face of rook e1, bishop f1 here.
Yeah, c3 looks very harmonious. And also black has a problem with the bishop on c8. Doesn't have natural squares on f5 and g4. I think this is the cornerstone of white's hope in this type of positions.
I thought there was a bit of a trend to play. Was the rook e1 here? I thought this had become the big thing. Well, that's obviously not exactly winning either. c3, d5, bishop c2. Fabi reshuffles his bishop. d4. Doesn't want to be pinned. Plays h6. Makes a lot of sense, even though he's losing some time now, because typically these setups with the bishop here, white goes for some c4. Well, here he doesn't.
But it feels that white is half a tempo up, right?
Yeah.
As he ought to be, maybe even a bit more.
Black spent 2 moves moving the d-pawn, 2 moves moving the bishop, and he played h6. Okay, white spent some time on this, but the bishop is not terrible then. Bishop e3. You think Wesley has studied this? He's playing very quickly. Wesley studies a lot.
It's not a difficult move to come up with.
I find it tough. Shuffle the knight around first.
Yeah, interesting why he doesn't do this.
Yeah.
Now Fabi played knight c6. He wants to go knight e7 followed by knight f5 for bishop f5. So white plays knight bd2. And the question is, after knight e7, does white play queen b1 in order to make sense of it all?
Wow. That's
Or
this grandmaster chess they keep talking about.
Or one could go knight h4 after knight e7. Which has the same idea, but looks a bit less freaky.
Yeah, I like this better. g5, queen f3. Yeah.
Well, g5 is a difficult move to endorse either way, but queen f3 is queen f3, king g7. Maybe king g7, we can go rook e1, you know. And...
Wow, you're feeling it today. This might be
Might be asking.
Might be bad news for black. Yeah, Fabi, he's also spending some time. Might be under some pressure here, no? He doesn't like playing Wesley, does he?
Well, I think for a while he was doing very, very well against Wesley, and then he lost one game. When was it?
Bucharest, he lost one.
Bucharest 2021. I think Fabi lost against Wesley. But otherwise, he was doing really well against him.
Fair enough. Knight 4 on the board.
Yeah, I have a feeling Wesley gave this position some thought.
He knows.
Maybe I should read the chat a bit.
Depends. If Suat is there, you don't have to. Suat has everything under control.
Suat is not here.
Then you gotta restore law and order. Okay, while you're catching up on the chat, I'll catch up on Carlsen versus Niemann. G3, and Hans, after some thought, went for Carlsen D5. And Magnus plays A3. I have seen this actually. Couldn't quite make it work. But yeah, that's his point. Knight F3, DC4 was always tough to do anything. So he goes here. I think black could go back if he wanted to as well. Saying, okay, I lost the tempo, but Knight C3, A3. Might not be the moves you really want in this Catalan, but of course this is principled. Takes. Takes on C4, Knight F3. Hans is making logical moves.
Yeah, I also have a feeling that Hans probably knows this position.
Yeah, he didn't spend that much time.
Well, he spent some time, but not
more
really.
To, orient himself.
Yeah, not really decision-making time, I would think.
Sick. C takes D. Oh no, I'm sure the other moves exist here, Knight C6 or whatnot. Let's see D. Nice and direct. Black is still pawn up. Queen takes D4. Hans gives the pawn back with Knight C6. So takes, how does white recapture? Knight or pawn?
I would think knight, but
yeah, I was curious if here white has anything. Jump in.
Knight D5, Knight D6. Yeah.
Not to Hans' liking. Well, it looks fine, doesn't it? Bishop E6. Takes. So he plays Knight C6, gives the pawn back, but has a very sound structure. Pawn to E5 to bring the bishop out. Magnus tries to develop, and bishop E6.
Yeah, this makes me think that he probably has seen this position before. Otherwise, probably this would not happen so quickly. H6, bishop E6.
Yeah, this whole sequence so quickly. This is yelling. I know my stuff. Rook D8, bishop C4. After Queen H4, can you go HG?
Then you can probably go HG, right?
H5, just a move.
Yeah. And now I thought of bishop E4, but I don't quite believe it.
G6.
Yeah, G6 or even move the rook. Yeah,
somewhere.
not so much of a threat.
So the queen can't go to H4. If it has to go to a lesser square here.
And then maybe Queen A5, right?
Queen A5.
Try to sort of catch the queen.
Looks all right.
Yeah. But on the other hand, getting an equalish ending against Magnus is not yet an end of a game.
Doesn't guarantee victory.
Doesn't guarantee anything.
No. But still, it's also not a terrible start with black, no?
Could be much, much worse, yeah.
Queen c5.
I think the same, yeah.
Queen a5 still happens, yeah. e3. Yeah.
And then maybe take and rook f c8, for instance.
Yeah, hard to believe white is better with this guy. Yeah,
yeah, white has bishops, but also weaknesses. The truth is somewhere in the middle, I guess.
Truth is out there. So far, good prep by Mr. Hans. The prep speaks for itself.
Must be nice.
Must be indeed. I'm looking it up. Knight f3 is a bit of a rare move. Like they were trying queen a4 here to regain the pawn. But it doesn't look very impressive. Black goes bishop d7, bishop c6. Oh yeah, I once looked at this actually.
Oh yeah, that's
and
true.
f3,
yeah.
some
F3,
very strange
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, I've seen this.
No, I was once made look up on this.
We both were. So knight f3. The pawn. Short castles. And the main move here is knight c6. cd4 is rare. It is, however, the first engine move, which probably indicates that Hans did his own work indeed. Kids these days, you can't surprise them with anything. You play a sideline, then a sideline of a sideline, then a sideline of a sideline of a sideline, and he still knows.
Yes.
It's like Inception. You need to go one level deeper to the fourth dream level to surprise.
Yeah, that worked out just fine.
I didn't understand what happened in that movie.
And it left that Japanese guy there for like 1,000 years.
It's probably bad, right?
Probably not so great.
What I never understood about Inception is this guy, Michael Caine, his character. I think he works in Paris, but he also has a family in New York. And it's never explained how he does it. Does he commute? Like, it's very confusing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these things exist. They're called, long-term relationships. No, not long distance. Long distance.
No, but like he brings the kids to school and so on. It's not like, I understand people might have families in different places, but there were some questions to be asked about the Michael Caine.
Well, I had the same question in John Wick 2. At some point, John Wick was running through the streets of Rome, pursued by like 100 people, wounded and bleeding. And in the next scene, the very next scene, he was in a subway in New York. And I had 1,000 questions.
Maybe these people just have means of transport we don't have.
I was just mainly interested in details, like how did he make it through passport controls?
No, but you just give someone one gold coin and it's all taken care of.
This is the assumption, right?
I think that's the assumption.
But I guess I need some gold coins.
Would be nice.
Oh, Fabio did play g5?
Wow, here we go. Queen f3, what's the trick?
Well, he will have to go king g7, rook e1, and he will have to just kind of stay
Make some
here.
move. Yeah, computer not impressed, saying queen b5. Black's fine. Computer just wants to go back after g5. Sure. Humble,
then-
but maybe better, saying you have a pawn on g5, sir.
Knight f5, I guess. Knight f1.
Mm.
Wesley started thinking g5. He didn't really reckon with.
G5 took him out of book.
But it is also the most natural move, right?
I would think so, no? You can't just wait for bad things to happen to you on the king side. If white gets this, how are you ever crawling out?
Yeah, g5 is a good move.
5 is tough.
Yes, that is, yes.
We're back doing important things here, as always. So is thinking. I often catch myself how often you start sentences with so when doing commentary on a Wesley So game. Because often I just start saying so, then I realize it's a Wesley game. You try to change the sentence towards something that includes Wesley.
You are a very thoughtful individual. I've never given this much thought.
I'm not sure if your tone sounds genuine to me. Then I'm excellent at detecting irony. I'm like the Jobava of detecting irony.
I'm the one who cannot ironic. You're the one I cannot ironic. Right?
Exactly. Ali Reza. He decided not to test this too much and say, all right, take my bishop, but don't pin my knight. And he pins Levon's knight. These structures always confuse me slightly. Always looks like black should be perfectly fine, but sometimes white manages to annoy a little bit.
Ah, there is this pin, right? This pin has to be solved.
Levon doesn't waste time solving it. Goes h6, g5.
Yeah, I just never understand when is knight g5 good and when not.
I think the rule of thumb is it's never good, but it's always scary. Like whenever I check it, it doesn't work in any like Italian Spanish position, but I'm always afraid of it.
But also it's the only way to make sense of white's setup, isn't it?
Bishop g3, what happens? Knight h5.
Knight h5, and then, you know, where you going?
Black could be better very quickly here, if he isn't already. So let's check. Takes.
Yeah, and usually king g7.
This is the usual move, yeah. To go here, potentially here.
And after
what is this? We have this.
Yeah, you either play knight h5 or you can even go maybe rook h8, saying that this checks do not bring anything.
This looks good enough, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Knight h5, queen h4, f6.
It's not that many attackers in the area. I have my doubts this works at all.
Yeah, probably doesn't work.
Computer is saying, you are idiots. Maybe
King
it's
G7
talking to me
F4, right?
specifically. No, just says Queen F3. Doesn't worry about anything. He's quite optimistic about White's chances here.
Levon is just freestyling, right?
I would guess so. It's interesting this is so strong.
Well, I mean, I would be terrified with black.
Usually, yeah, often in these positions, White has already castled kingside, and this might be an extra layer.
Yeah, the rook joining the attack via h3 might not spoil White's chances.
Yeah.
We'll have a lot of g5. Yeah, Fab played g5, Levon played g5.
Yeah. Magnus can still go bishop h4, g5.
Yeah, I was wondering why chat is so dismissive of Magnus's play today. It's because the engine shows a very slight plus for black, yeah?
Chat has engines. Oh, but already minus 0.40. He tried to surprise poor Hans. It didn't work. Kids these days. Magnus had this comment. I'm not sure if you've seen this. He said this new generation of players, they're very single-minded people, which tends to help in order to reach the very top.
Who said this?
Magnus. Do you think that's fair, or
I mean, coming from
everybody
Magnus,
as single-minded as?
It's a really big quote, yeah.
I was curious who the most single-minded are. All the top guys, they spend quite some time on chess, no?
Yeah,
Especially when they're young.
I mean, current top players are not known for the academic achievements in other fields, no?
I don't know. Maxime doesn't have a math degree.
Maxime is an old generation, right?
That's true. He doesn't. How old is Maxime? He's 30.
30 something, no? 31.
Maybe 31 already. Yeah. Getting up there. So Magnus had to probably not happily go for this. Yeah. Better he is not.
No, the knight a5 and so on, yeah. But again, this game is not over yet, yeah.
No, but still good stuff by Niemann.
Good opening, yeah. We could maybe acknowledge this. But again, both sides have pawn weaknesses, which means there is some potential for both, right?
What's up, Twitch chat? Looks like the Liquidator 101 just joined, because we talked about the Aronian game in some detail 2 minutes ago, and the Liquidator is saying, Aronian blunder. Let's see other player games. This is not the Magnus show only. Welcome, the Liquidator. Good to have you here. Ali Reza does take. He's not shy about it.
Yeah, I think he would take even if it would be a bad move, right? He's not a guy to go bishop g3. I don't know if you remember the Mingus Rajabov game from the Tripoli World Championship 2004.
No, I have no recollection of that.
At some point, Linnea played knight g5 with white, attacking the pawn on f7. After h6, it turned out he couldn't really take on f7. And then he thought there for a while, and then he took it anyway. He said, okay, I cannot just go back.
Fair enough. Yeah, so g5, knight g5 on the board, king g7, and we checked the engine earlier. It's off now. Set queen f3, tending some order, h4 long castles. Was just nice for white.
Yeah, black can never really get rid of the spin. Yeah, the only plan I see is rook h8, h6.
Not sure what order we do it with. Yeah, let's say castles. Not sure if you need c6 at some point.
One, just rook h6. Queen h8 and
So rook h8, what else can we do? If knight d5, take, say, cd.
can I go bishop f2?
We can.
Yeah, I thought bishop h4, but in fact I do lose a pawn, yeah, in the process.
Yeah. Takes check, knight g4, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably suffering, right?
Guess so. Can also do it next move, maybe, but also I was wondering if we just play the most stupid way. What is this position? Is this better for black, for white, equal?
Yeah, you could claim the bishop on c5 will find it difficult to be useful, right?
Yeah, it's not doing stuff
Mm-hmm.
once we get going here, no?
Yeah, white could just be winning actually,
Yeah.
slowly but surely.
Tough spot for Levon. What's going on in Mamedyarov, Maxim? Is this like a still a theory debate? Maxim is blitzing. I once again misjudged him. He doesn't know everything here. So Schach took a pawn. What is happening?
I wonder if black can just play knight d6 and claim positional compensation.
Takes.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I should make some way back for the poor bishop.
Knight d6?
e5?
Knight d6, e5, sorry. Not my brightest moment.
I don't know, feels like white could have a little something, no?
Maybe, yes. So maybe not knight d6. Let's come up with something that is better, smarter.
Rook g8, you take on c8, yeah? Ah, but I'm never in time to harass the bishop, really.
I'm 97% sure that I've seen this position before. That it was in fact a part of my opening repertoire. Why can't I remember anything?
It's a big number.
I like big numbers.
What's the biggest number you know?
Well, I actually think that your daughter might be right.
It's 300 trillion.
I think 300 trillion is a really big number.
That is pretty big.
Even in Norwegian krone, it's still.
I think 300 trillion Norwegian krona, you said.
You said for a long time.
Yeah. It's generational wealth right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think e5 at some point should be able to pose problems for the bishop, but
here's a new idea for you. Might be stupid. I'll try.
bishop h6. Bishop f4. And you want to just take the bishop, and make a draw in the rook endgame.
Takes, we win the rooks, so you have to take.
No, but I can also take rook c8, no? With white.
When?
After bishop g3, knight g3.
Fair point. What is this? But I'm not sure I want this. Looks like could be suffering. A4 is coming. I don't know. Maybe it's active enough to squeeze out Nietzsche.
a4, g4, I don't know. It still continues somehow, no?
Yeah.
And Alireza played f4. Didn't play queen f3.
Doesn't have an engine?
Probably not on him.
You think it's remote?
She seems like a very good move, huh?
All seems good. Like the computer like this queen f3, but f4. It also does not hate. So I guess you have to take. You don't wanna allow f5, knight d5.
And knight e2, yeah, not the easiest of moves.
Why not rook f1 like a normal? And then black sort of. This is just what the engine spits out. But even here, some sick shit.
Quite.
So why is knight e2 so good? What's the point?
Well, the point is now after queen move, white has queen c3. So black cannot get anything.
Ah, okay, that's the idea. Nice.
I think we need Suat in the chat.
Where's Suat?
Suat is not there.
He's abandoned us.
Yeah, and then Lauren showed up. He asked for Suat, didn't find Suat, and just, left.
Yeah. He does expect a certain level of company. Levon pushing his luck here. Not the type of position, apart from it might, or it's apparently bad. Also stylistically, it's not what you want against these young calculating geniuses, no?
Yes, I mean, Levin naturally doesn't mind to calculate himself, but this is also just a dangerous position.
But I'm saying Levon's class and experience and so on doesn't matter so much for in these structures. It's really about who figures out the moves. Oh, this on the board and bishop g3 directly. Our boy Maxim still playing very quickly. Knight g3. Now the engine is running. This was just bad because of rook c8. You were right. So Compy is saying bishop d5. And you might survive.
You might survive and thrive.
Tough game, this chess, yeah? Both sides know theory.
Yeah, and this line, yeah, gives black so little in the way of winning chances, right?
I keep switching around randomly here. Lenia Dominguez.
That's pretty much a dream version of this line, right?
I think, by the way, Lenia's business must be doing great because there's this game Chessable. I don't know if you heard of Chessable. It's like Wordle. You probably heard of Wordle, but with chess moves. You need to. You have some guesses to find the correct first 5 opening moves, and I like playing it. But whenever I enter Chessable into my browser, I end up on Lenier's website first because he has chessable.com. The game is a different URL, which I can't remember. So I visit Lenier's website on a daily basis, more or less.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, me and you, we move in different circles.
What circles are you moving in these days?
Yeah, no, I usually have this trouble of not knowing where to go, you know, when I'm online. I never thought of Lenier's website, you know.
No, I don't go there on purpose. I just end up there.
But you do go there daily.
Yeah, but never on purpose.
How is your
Anyway,
site?
I'm sure it's great. I've never been there. I mean, I just go there and then I realize it's not the place I want to go. Let's check it out. Chessable.com. Learn to win like Jose Raul Capablanca by Lenia Dominguez. Apparently there's courses and stuff. Chess Lanier. It's fair. Chess Lanier. Short is Chess LE. Has a sign-in and a login. No, it looks like great stuff.
Yeah, no, he's good people.
Don't doubt it. Good people with a good position.
Yeah.
Takes, queen b3, you have to go king f7.
Or rook f6.
F6, bishop g5, knight c5.
Also rook f6, a5, and then knight d2, f3. This is just nice.
Also bishop g5, don't I take stuff?
A knight c5, queen
c4.
But then one would have to calculate rook f3.
Ugh, please don't calculate, sir.
I'm afraid I already did.
That's upsetting. Okay, let's still try to take stuff. I might get checkmated during my taken attempts.
Yeah, queen f7. I don't think it's a winning attempt. Yeah. Queen f3.
Oh, but I have a check, sir.
You do have a check, yeah? Let me go back one move. If I go bishop f4, you'll make space for the king, right? Play rook.
I might have to.
d1, yeah? Maybe I should just go d5 and claim positional compensation instead of bishop f4.
You can claim.
Black is doing well here, right?
Think so. I like rooks.
Rook e8, and you want to go rook b6, right?
I want to meet your rook on e6 with my rook. Not sure if I have time for this first.
Yeah, no, you seem to be right about this one. Yeah.
The rooks are on fire. I play king f7. Not the dream move in these types of structures usually, like.
No. Some extent it's an admission of a failure, at least in the opening.
Something's gone wrong. The opponent, she's still 1 hour, 23 minutes on the clock. He hasn't slowed down a lot to end up with his king on f7.
He'll have to suffer a bit in this game.
Maybe it doesn't feel like suffering to him here. He'll just blitz out a bunch of moves. If it goes well, it goes well.
Yeah, this is a thing. Yeah, if you continue playing very fast, how much suffering can it be, right?
At the very least, it's not prolonged suffering. Does Magnus have to suffer here?
I don't think so, no? And knight h4 and then bishop e4.
Did you hear Hans refer to himself, maybe tongue-in-cheek, I never know, as the biggest American talent since Bobby Fischer?
Well, it's a bold claim.
The biggest US talent, I should say.
But then it depends, yeah, whom you count.
I don't know.
I guess you cannot count Dominguez.
I don't know. At least as a talent, he wasn't US American. No.
Yeah. What about Hikaru?
He counts.
He counts, yeah. As I think, I mean, I know it's not a popular opinion, but I think Hikaru is a superbly talented player.
That's not a popular opinion.
No, just
doesn't
kidding,
everybody agree?
No, he's really ridiculously gifted at chess.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's a bit of a pity that he concentrates on other avenues of expertise. I think classical chess is not really that for him, and that he doesn't play here, for instance. I think he should.
Maybe he doesn't like it. He's clearly doing very well with his streaming and his other ventures. And if classical chess, if this has become stressful for him, and he can do something he likes and make a lot of money, well, why not?
Yeah, maybe he's just like the rest of us. Yeah, maybe he's just too old for.
Well, he did pretty well in the candidates, but I don't know. I'm sure he's talked about this, if he enjoys just classical tournaments or not. Chad wants to know if Hikaru is more talented than Fabi. Fabi we count as a US talent, right? He's born in Miami, raised in New York. He's a US talent.
Yeah, well, but on the other hand, his chess did mature in Europe.
That's true. When did they move to Europe? When he was like 12
He was
or
around
something?
10, I think, or 11. And then they moved back when he was maybe 21 or so.
But then he was a fully formed top player. Yeah, but I still think it counts. If you're an American, even if your chess matures somewhere else. Anyway, they want to know who's the more talented, Hikaru or Fabi. Talent definitions, always tough.
It's such a meaningless word too, yeah, in a way.
Kasparov said talent is the ability to work hard.
Yeah, with this definition, I doubt either one of them is very talented.
Wow, you don't think Fabi studied some chess over the years? Looks like
he's less of a hard worker than you would think.
Maybe now, but all these guys in their teenage years, And of course, everyone's different, but I think everyone put in countless hours into chess. No, like, I don't think you can be that good without it.
At least 300 trillion hours.
There aren't that many hours in your teenage years. Do you think this cliche, or I don't know if it's a cliche, maybe it's just true, that, for example, Hikaru spent more time playing online while Fabi spent more time solving exercises given to him by European coaches? Is that fair, or is...
Well, that's what Fabio claimed too,
strokes?
yeah? He still has vivid recollections of Grandmaster Chernin giving him positions. And these are not always happy memories, I can assure you.
He was just churning them out.
Mm-hmm. But maybe we could look at this position once it's in front of us. Rook takes d1, king d1. Bishop d5.
Do I have time for, I don't know where, yeah.
And then takes and knight c4 sort of wins the pawn, no?
Take that as a no. Yeah, white is struggling to survive, no? I don't know if you have time for king h7 or h5.
Why can't I just take the pawn?
Time for that too. I also wanted a pawn.
And now play h5. Ah, there you have knight d6, yeah?
I didn't calculate much further here.
Well, now you can try to hunt the knight, yeah? King c1. b5.
Okay. Not gonna happen, yeah? Maybe it's a draw. Liquid saying, I remember the Nakamura Smallville days. We all do. Year of the Rabbit, Smallville. Those were the years.
Is Smallville some kind of a movie?
Some kind of a series about young Superman.
Dogville is a movie, right?
Not in my book.
There is some Nicole Kidman movie directed by, I think, Lars von Trier.
Technically, Dogville is a movie, but a movie is a strong word, no? Like, they put up some random sets on some empty theater stage and they pretend it's a movie. Like,
yeah.
Built some real sets, Lars von Trier.
Yeah, I don't think highly of his stuff, yeah.
Oh, wow, I thought you were going to like it and I had to out myself as an idiot once again.
No, I thought it's just basically pretentious stuff all around. Yeah.
Now you're speaking my language. Hans with a decision to make here. What were we looking at? Something like oh, we got it right. Knight c4. Knight h4, 0-0.
Well, mainly you got it right, yes.
0. Random stuff, but that's the main line. Black, if he so chooses, he can play rook c8, after which computer still slightly likes black.
Mm-hmm. And then bishop e6. Yeah, this is probably a good move if you think about it.
He's probably thinking about it. These moves are always tough, no? Like, your opponent puts a rook on an open file, and you don't exchange it, but you move your rook away.
Yeah, no, to some extent, even very strong players hypnotized by this automatic captures and recaptures.
Yeah.
We tend to simplify our lives. And rook takes d1 is, in a way, a simpler decision, right? Once you take these rooks off the board, you don't have to think about the rooks anymore.
Yeah. I read an interview with someone, was it Motiliev? I think it was Motiliev, said as a youngster, he was already a strong grandmaster, but he saw someone offering an exchange of rooks on an open file, and the rook just moved away. And it was a good move, and it completely blew his mind. It's a weird concept. What's chat debating? Who's American and who isn't?
Well, the Chess24 site is all over the place.
Sword is not there.
Swat would be good to keep the chat civilized and organized and structured.
Yeah. So Magnus in a bit of trouble here.
Apparently, somebody in the chat looked at that movie you suggested, this Triple R.
Yeah, it's great.
Wasn't impressed.
It's on you, not on me.
Well, not me, but somebody in the chat wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, somebody in the chat. Everyone loves that movie.
And in the meantime, Alireza did play knight e2.
He's good.
And Levon is in
the world of hurt.
Trouble.
It's like John Wick on the streets of Rome. Hundreds of villains chasing him.
Will you watch John Wick 4 when it comes out?
Of course.
You will, yeah. I'm not so sure about myself.
You're done with John Wick?
Well, because just John Wick 3 was so not memorable, you know.
I don't remember much about it now that you mention it, but I guess he shot some people, no?
He shot a lot of people, and it featured Halle Berry, and she's good looking. Yeah, this is the extent of my memories of this movie.
Sounds like a pleasant movie experience.
I know, right?
And he fights the two guys from The Raid, no? Have you seen The Raid?
Briefly, like I was exposed to 5 minutes of The Raid.
What about The Raid 2?
I never made it this far.
More great movies, chat. The Raid and The Raid Part 2. Check them out. They're not quite RRR when it comes to drama, but in the action department, unmatched to this day. So knight to e2. And yeah, the problem was black couldn't unpin, as Rustam explained, because there's a new pin. So what can you play? Let's make some, I don't know, normal move. What is even a normal move? Queen e7?
I normally try something like bishop e3, right? So that knight f4 doesn't come with the tempo.
I drew that arrow, but I didn't know what to do after rook f1.
And so the chat is asking you where to watch that beautiful movie, the Triple R.
Netflix.
Yeah, rook f1 and knight f4. It doesn't get any better, right?
Looks crushing.
Mm-hmm.
Ishana Lawler saying Raid and Raid 2 is non-stop martial arts. Little plot, little drama for all-time fighting. I think it's very dramatic, especially the first part. Like he enters a skyscraper and he has to fight his way all the way to the top. It's full of bad guys.
Yeah, always reminded me of that game we used to play when we were kids. It's called
What game
Doom.
was that? Doom?
Yeah, you enter some building, it's filled with bad guys, and you fight your way through them.
You played the video game, or is this a real life situation?
No, the actual video game.
Ah, okay, then it's fine. Yeah, it's a bit video gamey. Duke Nukem 3D. Doom 3.
Mm.
Unreal Tournament.
No, I was very
we had
excited.
great games in the 90s.
Very excited to get Halo for my kids. Surprisingly, they were not very interested. Halo would be something good.
Kids these days, I never played Halo.
Yeah, kids are spoiled. They have other games, better games.
Ali Reza has chess.
And Kramnik.
And Hyperbullet.
What
Do you
is
hear that story?
Hyperbullet?
I think it's 30 seconds game. 30-second games. I always mix it up. There's Ultra Bullet and Hyper Bullet.
But there is also like
10
10-second games, right?
No, that's just crazy talk.
No, there is like
games.
10 second plus 1 second per move.
Okay, that's like correspondence chess. No, Hyper Bullet is 30 seconds plus 0 seconds per move.
Mhm.
So during the candidates, I think before facing Nepomniachtchi the second time.
Oh, he
It's
played like 9 hours
252
of
Hyper Bullet games.
yeah?
And he lost the match. The Hyper Bullet match.
Oh, he was playing somebody like really good, yeah, like Naroditsky, right?
Naroditsky, I think, yeah.
And he lost like -50. It was not even close. But on the other hand, I would probably lose every single game against Naroditsky, yeah, so. But Ali Reza did must be an achievement of sorts.
I think Ali Reza is also considered to be world-class in Bullet and Hyper Bullet, no?
Yeah, but he probably had a break of like half a year, no, to prepare seriously for the candidates with Kramnik.
Nah, I think with Vladi, every night they're having a little Hyper Bullet session. Kramnik uses his his hidden account, and they fire up the Hyper Bullet. Because Kramnik, he likes to lecture young players that you shouldn't play Bullet, but that's only because he's addicted to Hyper Bullet. He thinks 1 minute is a bit slow. At least that's how I read it.
Do you think Kramnik has this state-of-the-art technology to be really, really fast?
I don't doubt it. And if you do flag him, he'll write an open letter, so he's on the safe side either way.
Oh, it's not cool to flag Kramnik? I didn't realize.
No. Keimer, he flagged Kramnik. And there was it wasn't an open letter, but I think a blog post by Kramnik saying it's not cool to flag someone, W or H, who's an established grandmaster.
Oh, Kramnik is so much more than double his age. Come on, man.
But I want that rule applied because I'm double the age of most of these kids nowadays. So they just can't flag me anymore.
Yeah, now unflaggable.
Yeah. The age clause. Hans played Rook C8. He's not afraid.
But wasn't there once a story of how Kramnik flagged Aronian?
Oh yeah, moral degradation was mentioned. Yeah. I don't know. Kramnik flagged Aronian?
Well, they had basically F and H Rook endgame in Vaikanze, but no increment.
Oh yeah.
And Kramnik took his sweet time to shuffle pieces around before action started.
But that's just
being
a professional. That's just good technique. Also, last time I checked, Levon was younger than Kramnik, so that's perfectly fine. Speaking of good technique, Hans Niemann kept the rook the world champion will have to struggle here to keep the position equal.
Yeah, interesting,
Can't be
right?
fun.
He did not quite equalize with white.
Not at all. He just misjudged the width, the word, of Hans's preparation. Because he chose, yeah, as mentioned, sideline of a sideline of a sideline. But Hans knew. I think the tough move is CD4, yeah, like knight c6. See his position for the first time. Might feel more natural, or like bishop d7 is a move. Hans just knew he could do this.
Yeah, I have a feeling Hans knew bishop e6 included. And after this, Magnus's task was no longer really very promising.
Nope. But usually when you prepare a line like this, you at least make sure you have a draw. If they make all the best moves here, like that you have to suffer is rare.
Yeah. But also
Maybe
Magnus prepares differently from other people. You probably know it better than me.
I do know his boy, Peter Heine, is with him in St. Louis, taking a break from campaigning. MW is saying Kramnik was winning in the Keimer-Kramnik game. It wasn't close to a draw. Well, he got flagged, so it wasn't close to a draw, right? Like if you lose on time.
Yeah, I was brought up differently.
How were you brought up?
I was brought up that once you don't have time left, you lose the right to discussion, right? That's it. That's a rule of the game, right? You don't have any time.
That's what I was taught. No, if you're out of time, you lose the game, unless it's mate. In that case, you win.
Yes, and basically
Mate
there are no
before time.
excuses, right? I mean, you just don't have any time.
No, seriously speaking, I think I'm not sure if there were ever any unwritten rules, but like when I played a lot of online blitz like 20, 25 years ago, usually if there was like rook versus rook in a blitz game, you would make a draw even if you could flag. While nowadays, I think you're supposed to flag, or people will just flag and it's not considered to be bad manners at all. I think that's the only small adjustment. But other than that, that time is part of the game, I think is well established in chess. No, you have certain number of minutes or hours to make your moves. If you don't make it within those, you lose, and no one's supposed to give you a draw because you have a nice position but only 2 seconds left, or resign, or I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean this time of serious value, because that's why your opponent, has a worse position but more time, yeah, because he kept an eye on his clock.
Yeah. But somehow sometimes it's like this perception. Yeah, but that guy only plays fast. He doesn't have my level of depth. I just can't put all my genius on the board because of time constraints, which is how I like to feel as well. That's nonsense. No, it's part of the game as much as the pieces.
Nah, speed is really part of the game. And in fact, really good players like Vachier, for instance, I think Vachier could never understand deep in his heart what his opponents are thinking about. He just couldn't get this. Like, what is there to think about? When his opponents would just take hours and hours.
Yeah. If you're just so much faster than everybody else, then maybe it's hard to relate. Anyway, Nepomniachtchi, he's not going to lose on time.
So many things are wrong with his position. The queen is bad on c6, white is threatening rook c4, king is bad on f7, the structure is dubious.
Not much to like, is there?
No.
Looks pretty disgusting.
Yeah, I think this sums it up very nicely. Yeah, rook c4. You have to go knight c5, bishop c5, and knight f3 back. And it's a bad bishop, bad structure. Again, the rook on c4 is clumsy, yeah, but this is probably not decisive.
Can make it back when needed. No, you might have to do this, but happy he shall not be.
Yeah, now this game is not over yet, but he will have to defend a disgusting position for a long time to come.
Hot take though, I think he'll manage.
Yeah, just like Magnus will be fine. Shahryar, they already drew, right?
That game is over. How did it end so quickly? So we've seen this, rook c4, a3, takes. Did Maxime just prepare everything? Also the speed in which they played. Very fast, no?
Wow.
Mm.
And Maxime is both capable of preparing and capable of finding all this on his own.
Yeah, sure. Good stuff.
I think like Wesley's position is probably the most interesting, right? The one with most fight.
That's progressing so slowly. So Wesley, after a while, decided against queen f3. Went back with the horsey. Knight f5, knight f1.
Yeah, I would actually think bishop f5 is more logical of a concept, no, than knight f5.
Yeah.
Because knight f5 really doesn't solve the bishop problem.
Agree. And more importantly, Engine also agrees.
Yeah, queen d3 and rook e1 looks very natural, and black will have to prove, yeah, that the g5 pawn is not a serious liability.
It's fair. All right, quick tour. Carlsen fighting for survival against Hans Niemann. Did not manage to equalize with the white pieces. Not the outcome Carlsen had in mind. If you lose today, Hans Niemann will cross 2,700 and become the most popular Hans in US popular culture, overtaking beloved villain Hans Gruber from Die Hard. 92, played by Magnus. Wesley versus Caruana, we just saw. Lenier has a great position against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hans Mollman is third from The Simpsons. A lot of great positions, actually, no? Like Ali Reza is apparently much better. Lenier is much better. Wesley might be much better. Hans is somewhat better. Very rare you have 4 games going where one side is slightly till much better in all of them.
Well, we'll see how good these people are at converting their stuff.
Should also mention, before we go on break, that if Niemann wins this game, it will be a Hans solo lead in the tournament. So,
yeah, you are on fire.
Had to get that one in. And we'll be back within minutes to give you more of the action.
I'm in Barcelona for my first Chessable course, and what do I do on a Friday night? Go play chess. It was a great place, Armando's Bar, and after playing some fun blitz games, it was blindfold, it was team chess, it was helping out a rookie who showed up. It was everything, lots of fun. After midnight, in fact, I got a chance to show this puzzle, one of my favorite creations, to the group. Someone proposed d6 check right away. This is a very important move. It is white to move and win, so d6 is an aggressive looking move, king back to d8. But this is where the puzzle really starts. And you have to have some serious geometric vision to solve this one.
Now this next move is from outer space. You have to look into outer space and then come back. You find it.
There was a lot of commotion around. Armando shows up to take a look at it. People are drinking on the side. There's just all bit of buzz going on. And everyone, of course, wanted to play the move rook to e8. Like, that was the move. That was the key move. That would be the winning move. But they all saw that the rook was stopping that piece from going down there. So we were just deep into thought in the position, taking some time. Someone noticed that there was the possibility of bishop to a5.
Good point. That's a good point. That's a good observation. No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. He's right. If the queen wasn't there, then he would have something nice.
It was Gentile who had the bright idea of playing queen to a7.
Well, my friend, you're not the only one playing chess. So black could play check.
I didn't see that one.
You know, when you're looking at your position and wondering if your king can escape, that it's not a good idea. Queen to f3 check is a monster blow, and the king is running up the board. It's about to be checkmated pretty quickly. Didn't try king to g4, which would have been met by knight to e5, double check and mate. He said, okay, don't want to see it. Let me go stop. Time to put it back.
You got punished for that one.
No, it should be something like terrible. Like for instance this.
Yes. Yeah, but then I just take this.
Once again, we are dealing with the move rook to e8. Be nice if you could put the rook on e8, but of course the rook is there and ready to take it. So we couldn't do that move just yet.
So he made a very good point. If this queen wasn't here, this would be a very nice.
Yeah. I could see the queen
Yeah.
here.
Okay, that's a good point.
Queen is stopping the bishop from going to a5. I pointed that out. What else could you do? Well, what could you do? Rook to e1 was not a move, another suggestion, but that would not work, again, because the attack is on. Queen takes b2 with check would stop that.
You're so close. You see the good ideas, right?
Yes, so
so let me make another point. If this rook wasn't here,
Yep.
what would you do?
I guess that plan would work a little bit more, right?
No, you showed a better plan.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Checkmate, right?
Yeah.
So if the rook wasn't here, this would be checkmate. If the rook wasn't here. If this queen wasn't here, you'd have this move and looking very good like you have an attack. So, so these two pieces.
To distract them.
No, but this move, I start with this again.
Again.
So blocking the queen, plus you were threatening this, so you'd give this away if you did that. So you need to distract them. Good point. You're working it. This would be mate, and this would be very good. Oh, fantastic.
Because you distract both of them.
Both
right?
at the same time.
That's fantastic.
Bravo. You see?
Very well.
Queen back. Now you're attacking the queen, and you're attacking the rook. If the rook takes, then it's checkmate.
Yeah.
Sorry. If the queen takes, it's not yet checkmate though, because this move I can block.
Yeah, you have space.
Wait, you take, yes, I can run.
Then you have here.
Then you go here, then I can run again.
Yep.
And now, checkmate.
That's beautiful.
Like?
If you want to see more geometric ideas like this one, buy my course. You will learn amazing ideas, new ways to look at the chessboard, and maybe you'll play better chess too.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique move trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
Throughout the whole course, there were a lot of rotations. This one game, I was playing against strong Czech Grandmaster, Indian International Master Bharat.
Magesh took over in his group classes. Once he reached...
This kid, is super talented.
He's really good at calculating, he's really good at the openings.
I think 2700 is gettable in another 3 years.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Kasimdzhanov.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
I'm in Barcelona for my first Chessable course, and what do I do on a Friday night? Go play chess. It was a great place, Armando's Bar, and after playing some fun blitz games, it was blindfold, it was team chess, it was helping out.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 3 of the Sinquefield Cup. The clash of the leaders is Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann. Magnus struggled out of the opening, and now, while we were on break, looks like he gave Hans a pawn, and Hans he took it.
Yeah, I'm not sure bishop takes c4 is a good move at all. And black could just stay solid, play king f8, e7.
Keep pushing, yeah?
Mm-hmm. But after bishop c4, I'm afraid that knight c4 and rook d7 creates nasty counterplay. Maybe he saw something, yeah, here.
This probably.
And then knight b3 check and rook c3 check. Oh, you are good.
Unclear if black is winning, but we're still a pawn up.
The black is not risking anything. Maybe he saw this.
Yeah.
I was actually so fascinated by the way you left before the break. Started thinking, who is the most famous Hans of them all, like in the history of mankind?
Interesting question. I would have to go with beloved German Schlager singer Hansi Hinterseer.
Yeah, I couldn't think of much myself. I thought maybe Hans Christian Andersen would be the most famous one I know, but there must be some others.
Hans Beimer from Lindenstraße. Oh, this becomes very German very soon.
Hans Zimmer, yeah? the composer.
Yeah, he's pretty famous, yeah.
He's good also, yeah.
Isn't there some famous magician called Hans as well?
Houdini?
No, he's Harry.
Oh, that's true.
Hans Klock. Speaking of Hans Klock, he still does have 48 minutes. How's Fabi doing?
Living the life.
Played c6. c6 stops his bishop from ever seeing the light.
But does keep his position reasonably solid. Queen c2 and then rook e1. Yeah, this is one type of position that you don't want to have against Wesley.
Or anybody.
Yeah. Maybe you can take on e3. Yeah. And play knight e4.
You want to play f5?
I want to play
Sir.
f5.
Where does it go? Okay, 1 f5. I guess we get nervous and fish for some play.
Bishop e6.
Maybe it's not that much play.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe before f5 you could start jumping, like knight g4 maybe.
King g7, we keep jumping somewhere?
Yes. I was thinking maybe black has
one.
f5 here.
Takes.
Apparently Google answers that Hans Zimmer is the most famous Hans.
Hans Zimmer won?
Followed by Hans Christian Andersen.
No love for Hans Klock. This looks like it might hold, no?
No, this doesn't look too terrible.
And if we jump in, this king g7 I can't get to work. No?
Bishop e6. I remember that once Fabio played this sort of a structure against Vachier.
Yeah, me too. He won that one.
He won that one, yeah. So maybe this is something he has, something of the kind he has in mind. Working with some sweet memories of that game.
Still looks borderline.
Maybe your c4 will work now.
It's clever.
It is your idea.
It's the right spot.
Looks good for one.
Oh, Hans Landa. Not a real person, but an interesting entry into the debate. So Magnus pawn down will need some precision to save this game. What was the line again? Now was check and check and check.
But in the final position, we can also go knight c5, right?
Here. Yep.
And if you go rook c7 and rook c3, we'll actually win that rook.
That's useful. So I have to play on the king d2 or some sad move and hope to survive.
Or rook d8 and hope to survive, yeah, but not having much fun either way, no?
No fun whatsoever.
Does this mean Hans has winning chances?
Of course. Chess saying f4 is interesting. Probably without knight c4. Yeah. Now doesn't look like the moment for f4. Or is it? I guess we just take, no?
Yeah, I don't understand f4 yet.
I guess it was a move earlier.
And the position looks quite lost, yeah, in the meantime.
Which position?
Nepo.
Yeah, I was going to ask about this.
Because he played bishop takes d2.
So we looked at this, but we thought dc and suffering.
After bishop d2, I was thinking maybe rook b4.
Directly. Wow.
Doesn't black lose some stuff?
Some pleasant.
Thank you.
7 bishop b6. You resign, you?
It just looks very bad, yeah.
b5.
A b5 is ingenious. I did not see that. That's a nasty move to miss, right?
Well, that's what Nepo's hoping for.
Oh, he is so tricky. Yeah. Apologies.
White can just take. Should be better, but once again, the rook is a little dumb, yeah?
Yeah, rook is a bit dumb, yeah. And bishop takes d6. How out of question is that?
The
Probably,
dumb
yeah.
rook gets taken.
Take, rook c4, bishop f8.
We take here.
Or you can take on e4, right?
Directly, yeah?
Yeah. Although I probably don't mind that, yeah? Rook e4, bishop comes to life here, bishop c5. After bishop c3, I was thinking maybe I can pick up some pawn, yeah? Bishop g7, but I'm not sure it's a good pawn to pick up.
What is this?
Rook b1.
Running a bit short on pawns here.
Yeah, I mean, you have an active position and everything, but not enough pawns.
That's a bit of a pity. Still, this felt okay for black, didn't it? Also, just king g7. Are you winning this?
BC, rook c3,
Take one of
and
them.
like f3.
Okay, whatever. Could be another 4-4 endgame, but not a pleasant one for an opponent.
It's probably not so much fun, but it's not lost or anything, right?
Probably
King
draw here. The king can keep all the pawns, more or less.
Rook a2 and then a5, a4. Yeah, my money would be on the draw, yeah? If I was a betting man.
Which, of course, you aren't. Let's see. The computer sees some win here after bishop d2. No, bishop d... Oh, yeah, it does. Bishop d6, queen c4, queen b7.
Oh.
King somewhere, bishop f8.
It's the same idea,
Wins.
but so much better.
Way. Yeah, just crushing. Even e4 is defended.
Yeah, this is just much better.
Whoa. And if queen takes, queen b7 just picks up the house. No, this just wins.
Which would put Lenier sort of in the lead, huh?
Yep, 2 out of 3. Dodged a bullet yesterday. I don't know, you can't call it a gift. No, he put pressure today. And Nepomniachtchi seems like he's collapsing quickly. He has these two faces. No, the one face isn't shown so often, but sometimes, yeah, if he gets into some trouble out of the opening or he blitzes out some moves, and then, yeah, he keeps blitzing out moves and he can just be lost.
Yeah, we have seen this, yeah, most prominently in the World Championship match, that he's capable of just sort of losing interest, it seems, yeah, or just breaking.
Yeah.
Maybe more conspicuously than other top players.
He's managed to avoid it in 2 candidates tournaments in a row.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
Okay, so he's in big trouble. Let's have a look at Alireza versus Levon. We saw knight e2. Levon thought for a long time. Went pawn to c6. Alireza played b4. Bishop e3, rook f1. Still not a picnic.
No. Hamburg is a great place for picnics, isn't it? Have so many nice parks, no?
I wouldn't know. I never leave my basement, but I'm told there's a lot of green out there. Planted and blooming. What can Levon do? King
Yeah, not
G6.
so much. He cannot even move the queen, right? If he moves the queen, white can, like queen d7, white can take bishop f6 also, and queen takes e3, amongst other things. Yeah. And king g6 looks topical. And now...
Can we do this? Takes...
Yeah, rook f4, king g5, yeah, is no move.
Doesn't work, yeah. King G6.
Knight g4, yeah, also. Knight h5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bishop h4?
This might be asking too much from Her Majesty. Yeah, what you gonna do?
Knight takes f4.
Yeah, I was gonna take and take.
Rook f4 and then rook h4. Yeah, this is probably the lesser evil.
Yeah, probably not great, but at least I don't know. We hang around a little bit.
No, this is not convincing, right? How do you make it convincing? Rook f4, rook h4.
I take directly.
Rook h4 and e5 check, yes, and
this is the dagger. No, it's winning.
Lawrence explained it all.
In his 193 course?
No, just now in the chat.
Oh, nice.
He said that just never play g5 and weaken your king. He also said Botvinnik would never play g5. And he also said that's all you need to know.
I don't want to question Lawrence, but there is a line called the Botvinnik variation, where a key ingredient is to go h6, g5, no?
But the key
and then they take on
g5 is
g5.
to castle the other direction, right?
That is fair. Still. It's literally this and allowing this.
Oh, Lenier.
Oh, Lenier missed it.
Oh my God.
Just took, after which he's still better, but this was game over.
He's not even much better anymore, yeah? This rook on c4 is...
Super rook.
It's not...
Wow.
That's why I do tactics with my students. Lenier is not one of them.
Are you offering your services to Lenier?
Yeah, I try to avoid like top players.
So just Fabi and Erika, you see it?
Fabi, I also successfully avoided in the last year.
Fair enough. Yeah, that one's gonna sting, no? Like he got a gift yesterday. Maybe he feels sometimes you get a gift.
When you don't see a move that immediately finishes the game tactically, it's always very painful. Because you also know that just one move, yeah, you go bishop d6 and you win the game. Yeah, there is nothing after that.
No more secrets. Like the worst you can get is a rook endgame 2 pawns up where your opponent resigns here. Technically, it's 1 pawn up, but he still resigns.
But okay. I mean, you just go. This passed pawn will decide the game, because also the black king is cut off.
Yeah, his weaknesses. No, this one he wins 10 out of 10. Yeah, that's a tough one. He will keep blitzing out moves. Plays king e7. Maybe another chance will be given.
Also, now a third result also enters the equation.
Could happen.
Because, okay, Nebo
He's very good with heavy pieces.
is very good with heavy pieces. Yes, couldn't say it better myself. Yeah.
Linear is down to 10 minutes. Especially if you spend all your time. So easy to say, but yeah, this one he won't be happy about. Is there any? No, it's not even a trick, no. Bishop f8 will just threaten mate and you take stuff.
I think even my line, Queen c4 and bishop f8 is probably better than what he did.
Yeah. The stuff we looked at, bishop g7.
At least it didn't feel risky for white,
Okay, so the battle still in full swing there. Levon has the unenviable task to survive this against Alireza. Played king g6. Bishop h4 look crushing. So e5 checks. Nice little extra. Monsieur Magnus, still pawn down.
But somehow it doesn't look like he would lose this position, right?
I don't know. With the colors reversed, would you say Hans will just make a draw here?
Well, I mean, we do give him the Magnus bonus.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess he's earned that. But if Magnus was black, I would say he will find a way to grind this out.
What's the Magnus bonus? No, what I mean is that whenever in doubt, we assume that he's going to overperform, right? So when he's slightly better, we expect him to win. When he's slightly worse, we expect him to not lose.
When he's equal, we expect him to be slightly better. Rook a8. No. But like everybody, Magnus also much better attacker in endgames than he is a defender, no? Like so.
Yeah, also he did not expect to be in this situation, right? Where he needs to play precisely not to lose.
Yeah. No, kudos to Niemann. Very well prepared. Not afraid to keep the game going. The rook d1, rook c8. Just good stuff.
Yes. And also, I mean, we somehow passed this moment by, but he played a very impressive game yesterday, right?
Yeah.
He had a very complicated game against Mamedyarov, and at the end of the day, it didn't look like Mamedyarov got many chances there to sparkle, to show his talent.
No, there was this one big key moment.
Yeah, well, he didn't play d6, right?
Play this
was really, really important. Or d5, in fact, both these moves would be good.
Yeah. But after this, Hans never let go.
Yeah, this bishop on a6 just never became active. And
No, impressive start to his super tournament career for sure. And W wants to know, what about So Caruana? This is the position. So's a bit better. Just played Queen B3, targeting the pawn. I don't know, Rook B8, I guess.
Rook E1, yeah.
It's not fun.
Yeah, maybe black doesn't have the time for this luxuries like Rook B8. He needs to act.
How do you act?
I don't know, I can play G4 and claim counterplay.
Wow.
But this counterplay comes at the cost of completely ruining my position, right?
It's a mixed bag. Looks nice for white now. The queen isn't so far away from the action.
G4 is probably too desperate.
Yeah, not a fun situation for Mr. Caruana to find himself in.
Also, I think potentially an important game for his immediate career.
What's the score? He's at 50%. Yeah, to
He's
go
at
to
50%.
-1.
If he loses this, then again, top 10 becomes a shaky business and difficult to sort of come back with vengeance in a tournament like this. So it's really important for him not to lose this one.
Oh yeah, if he loses today, he falls to number 11. Then MVL and Vachier-Lagrave leapfrog him. Maybe even Rapport. Maybe he falls to 12. It's tight up there. Yeah, he would fall to 12. That's just strange. You can't have world number 12 Fabian Caruana. Anish, meanwhile, not playing, just chilling up there. What do you think the current top 10 is in the live ratings? I wouldn't have guessed off the top of my head.
Well, I mean, we should be able to do this. Yeah, I think Carlsen is number 1.
Correct.
Then Tingliren.
Correct. 2808.
Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, 2792.
And then number 4 would be... Who the hell would be number 4?
Now it becomes tougher.
Still Alireza?
Correct. 2772.
Then Wesley?
Correct. Wow, you know your top 10. 2770.
Number 5, yeah. And then number 6 is already difficult, yeah?
Yeah, no. Could be anybody.
Somewhere up there is Anish?
No. Well, he's up there, but he's not number 6.
Who could be number 6 then? Levon?
No. I'll give you a hint. He literally doesn't care what number he's at.
Hikaru?
Correct. World number 6 in classical chess. 2768. And then number 7.
No, I'm not good at this game, yeah?
No, but this is a very tough game. Like, you like multiple tries.
Mamedyarov?
No. He's the world number 13.
Oh, wow. I think Maxim is number 10, right?
Correct.
And Anish is in top 10 now.
Correct.
Like number 9.
Wrong.
It's number 8.
Getting closer.
It's number 7.
Boom. Geary is 7, 2764.
And then there is Levon.
There's Levon, number 8, correct.
And number 9 is...
Since we know MVL is number 10, and we talk about Fabi falling out of the top 10.
That is Fabi.
There you are.
Oh,
Fabi,
I think it is a tough game.
Yeah, it gets tougher, yeah. 11 is very tough.
11 is either Ricci or Vichy.
Oh, okay, it's correct. It's Vichy.
Mm-hmm.
Ricci is 12. But it's very close, yeah. Fabi is 2758. MVL 10 is 2757. Vichy 11, 2756. Rapport 12, 2754. Now 13, 2751.
Mm-hmm.
So Fabi loses today. He's at 12.
Yeah. Play knight e4, yeah? He's looking for that counterplay. That b7 pawn is not really hanging, is it? Rook b8 and then rook b2 and then counterplay. Or you just catch the queen, right?
Mine's work differently. Yeah, I spotted the perpetual and you spotted the counterplay.
And you're probably so much more precise with your line.
Move repetitions like this. That's my superpower. I see them instantly.
That is a pretty good superpower to have.
Yeah, it's got me very far. Magnus has many a superpower. But today, still not fun, is it?
I can play f5, right?
Yeah.
Threatening rook c5.
Rook c5, 57.
I guess after rook c5, immediately white will go e4, right?
I would assume so. f5 no. Oh, then some subtle stuff.
f3, yeah.
No. Rough day at the office for the world champion. Lanier. Apparently still slightly better, but as you mentioned, with 5 minutes, Nepomniachtchi, given a chance, he will take all these pawns. This is not such a nice spot anymore.
Yeah, everything is open now.
Yeah. That was such a big miss. Take the pawn. Speaking of everything is open, what happened here? Levon took on c4. Giving the bishop to deflect the queen.
d5, ed5, what is his continuation?
Guess queen
Probably
takes.
queen takes d5, right?
Yeah.
And now it has an array of possibilities. Not queen takes f4 because of queen d2 mate. Very important.
Crucial little detail. Knight f4 is probably also.
And then rook e8 checks. And what white wants?
I don't know if this continues, but
knight e4 and f6. Yeah, it looks unclear.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Uh-huh. So maybe nothing better than queen takes d5, knight d5, c4, and just play this position. Although this is really not so much, no, to get from this position. f6.
We play f6. Huh?
Yeah. Not ideal.
Still a pawn, but probably fair drawing chances, no?
Now white should have so much better than this.
What is Compy Boy saying? Queen b3, very cryptic. Compy likes this move.
Makes
Weird
sense.
one. What's the point? Here. Bishop takes.
Queen e6 looks more natural than Queen e7.
Yeah, I was just making the first computer line. No clue. Queen e6, Queen g3 apparently
King
wins.
h7, bishop e5. Yeah, it's not an easy line.
Nope.
Even on the best of days, it's not an easy line.
So Levon found the best defense. Computer says bishop takes c4 is the best move, but he's still struggling. Mr. Wesley.
b5, I don't know.
Not a pretty move to make, is it?
Not the ugliest either. Now the bishop e6 or some such.
You try to give the pawn and put a bishop here and hang in there.
Just trying to make a marshal out of it. Queen d7.
Yeah, Compy likes white, but it's still messy. This I don't know.
Bishop d5 doesn't look decisive to me. Oh.
Maybe still some awkwardness. Okay. Just a slightly gone wrong marshal. Normally you still survive. Fabio also taking his time. There's only move 20. Real Zeldor is saying, so how long does this keep going? We could be here for a while. Generally, the time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, plus 30 seconds per move. And then after move 40, so if you did the math really, really quickly, you probably figured out that this can be 4 hours after they started. After move 40, they get 30 minutes extra for the rest of the game, plus another 30 seconds per move. So I think the longest game we can realistically see with this time control is like 5.5, 6 hours, but 5 hours is not unusual.
Yeah.
Fabi took.
He took it.
Took it like a Polaroid picture. What does he want? F5. He
F5 loses to knight x d5 is my best.
Something's gonna give.
No?
No, not yet, but something's gonna happen. C4. No, F5 he can't do.
C4.
But this maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's actually worse than it looks, right?
Apparently it is, yeah. The computer is extremely happy.
Yeah, G4 is just
not a
really,
time yet.
really brutal, yes.
The rook was here, would all be fine.
It's not stylistically not a Wesley approach, but he is of course capable of this calculation.
Yeah. Also, he will sense if the moment is there. He's not going to wait for Queen F7, Rook 8 or whatever. Fabi in danger. Magnus in danger.
What is the world
Nepomniachtchi
coming to, right?
no longer in such danger. There was dead lost. And Aronian in lethal danger. It's not a great day so far for 4 of the top players of the last decade at the very least. Who are the top 4 players of the decade? Magnus, I would guess, is 1 because he's always rated number 1. When does the decade start? Like 2012? Fabi's pretty good now. Like 2014, he crushes St. Louis. He has the 1 match.
Fabi should definitely be up there.
Yeah, Levon, I think rating-wise maybe can. I'm not sure if he was a match. He was number 2 a bit earlier, yeah, in like 2007.
I think 2012 he was still number 2.
12, he's still number 2. Yeah.
But then he declined soon after.
Yeah. So
And
I'm not sure.
I mean, I would always put Ding Liren in this list.
Yeah, but he emerges a little later. Yeah, like I don't know. Levon, Ding. Who else is there? Kayakin had a match, but never had the rating.
Well, he never had the
stability, I
rating,
guess.
but he
Yeah.
does have the tournament success. Like he won the candidates, won the World Cup, he won Norway Chess twice. So yeah, he doesn't have the rating, but he has quite an impressive tournament. Well, quite an impressive list to boast of.
Yeah.
But okay, probably not. No, there should be somebody better out there.
No.
Maybe it's Levon. Yeah, maybe it is Levon, Ding Liren, Fabi, and Magnus.
Who are we missing, chat? Hikaru? Maybe if you price in Rapid and Blitz, but I would guess by pure classical he doesn't make it. I'm not sure. Vichy wasn't that active in that. Or well, he was active, but he wasn't as dominant in that area anymore. No?
Yeah,
10 years before it, of course. Vichy
would
gets
be
the vote.
previously.
Yeah.
And okay, there was actually there were a couple of years when Wesley So was extremely impressive.
2016, he won 3 super tournaments in a row.
Yeah, but not overall. Yeah, in the decade. Although when we are talking about the decade, maybe Nepomniachtchi winning 2 candidates, yeah, has to count for something.
Yeah. Nepomniachtchi, okay, he was. I think only now is he a top 5 player. Normally, rating-wise, he wasn't quite there. No,
Yeah, sometimes was weird. Yeah, I mean, it was not long ago that he had 27-20. Really wasn't long ago.
Yeah, although I think they always held him in very high esteem, no matter what his rating. No, like I think it was always clear the potential he had. Yeah, I'm not sure decade-wise. I would have to check more. But 2 candidates have to matter for something, no? Even with Vichy, you could still argue. Yeah, like
well, that's what Chad
he wins in 2012, and he plays 2 matches against Magnus in the decade, wins the candidates. But yeah,
and also won the World Rapid at some point. Yeah.
Grishuk, no, he's consistently good, but I don't think he's ever near the very top. No, like his peak rating was very high, but
almost everybody's peak rating is very high, right? At the top, like Anish was over 2800, Hikaru was over 2800, at least in a live list.
MVL,
Grishuk, Wesley.
Yeah, they all were there once, but not consistently. No, only Levon, he kept it up for a while.
Yeah, Levon was up there for a while, and Fabi for a long time. Yeah.
No, I guess that's the list. Like Topalov, Kramnik, and Vichy. Of course, the previous 2 decades are even more present. I don't think we can give it up to Satorov just yet, but yeah, next decade these names might be different, yeah, as previously debated.
They might, and they will be different.
Levon, Ding, Fabi, yeah, that's what chat is saying. Hans went e4. Maybe it's a good move. My hand would always want to play king f6, but then rook h8, and there's no progress.
Yeah, but your hand would like to make a draw.
My hand would go back. Yeah, my hand is a tremendous chicken, unfortunately. Come on, hand. Go e4. Chad asking, Giri was 2,800 elo at one point. I think not in the published list, but maybe in a live list.
Yeah, 2015 in February, he was 2,800 in the live list.
Yeah.
I apologize for the encyclopedic nature of this knowledge.
Gotta know your gear effects.
I was actually just thinking that it would be almost impossible to explain this sentence to a non-chess player, that my hand wants to make a draw.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I actually I would like to fight, but my hand is it.
The hand is willing, but the brain is weak. I never know. This type of show we're doing, both like chess level wise and chit chat wise, how accessible or inaccessible it is. Because a lot of the stuff that we don't even think about, probably if you hear it for the first time, this chess lingo is not, it's not that easy to decipher. Yeah. Chat, ask if you have any questions.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, a lot of non-professional chess players at some point just tune out, yeah, when they hear too much chess talk. And,
I also know a lot of chess fans tune out when they hear too much movie talk. Like, it's very, very hard.
it's very hard to get it right, you know.
Competitive muff diver saying, what's your preferred hair gel, Jan? You gotta go with the salt spray.
Did you really find the opportunity to display your hair products once again?
What are you talking about? I always have them within arm's reach. I was asked. I said, ask if you have any questions. Is there some great podcast about chess that everyone should listen to? Not aware of any. The Chicken Chess Club podcast. Still working on signing illustrious guest Rustam Kasimdzhanov, but it's gonna be rough. He's a very busy man. Wesley.
I apologize, but Wesley did not find that line.
Come on, Wesley, don't take that pawn.
He took that pawn?
Oof. Wesley should be a guest on the Chicken Chess Club podcast.
He most definitely should be.
I enjoy talking to Wesley. I've come a bit around on him. I just think he's genuinely a nice, pleasant guy. Not that I ever thought he wasn't, but there was this tendency to, you know, sometimes mock him because he's different than the others. I think it's hard not to root for him. He's friendly, never has a bad word for anybody. He's very open, very pleasant to talk to. What's not to like?
Yeah.
Wow, that's an endorsement. Rook b2, knight c4.
Yeah, what is his idea? Yeah, do you think it's knight c4?
Doesn't look like he got the max out of this.
Yeah, but he's not good at this, right?
Maximizing by playing g4?
He's not good at maximizing his chances. He's more like, it's different.
That's why he's an icon to the Czech and Chess Club. But it's of course a problem, like which many of the guys have. You're excellently prepared, you make a lot of good moves, but then when it comes to taking the safe route or the more ambitious route, you err on the side of safety, even if you know about yourself. Like I always knew, but I still couldn't do anything about it, that it does hurt your expectation for the game. I think it's very, very hard to fight off once you're a member.
That's a lifetime membership, right? Is Magnus losing after g4? Rook
Chet
c5.
doesn't seem impressed. Rook c5.
Rook c5 and rook e5 loses to knight c4, rook f5, knight d6, right?
Yeah.
I know it doesn't, yeah? Rook h5, but it's maybe a bad rook. Yeah?
Just take.
Oh, it's a nice pin you got there, yeah?
That's it.
Yeah, rook c5 is not a difficult move. But maybe rook, yeah.
No, it's also the thing here with Magnus or really anybody. They're great endgame players, but they're so much more used to being the attacker yet to have to defend some nonsense like this.
Swat is back in the chat.
Finally.
Now I can just stop looking. Eh? He'll take it from here.
So what has this? Rook c5 is also so natural. No, you're looking for a way to tackle that bishop. So
yeah, rook c5
this,
is
so
pretty
this,
natural. Yeah.
and here your rook can't enter, so rook c5.
Rook c5, rook d8, yeah, and then rook d7.
This threatens this. Apparently something like this is winning, which can't tell if it's winning, but it's obviously good for black. Also rook d8 just fg, but I guess it's the same. Magnus might still wiggle out of this, but fun it's not. Hans on the way to 2700. He wins this. And it seemed more like a little fun fact than relevant, because most people didn't expect him to win with black against Magnus. But if he wins this, he crosses 2700 for the first time. My boy Vincent Keimer, also at 2696. The kids are coming.
Okay, they're so much stronger than their number now.
The real Zeldor is, I think it was also the real Zeldor who asked yesterday how much rating Magnus would lose with the draw against Levon. He's saying minus 13. No, you can't lose that much. Everyone has a K factor of 10, which means 10, I think, is the max you can lose in a game. If Magnus were to lose this, what's his expectation? Little less than 0.70. So he loses what? 7.5 points, something like that. Still not fun. Do you see the final list of the Dubai Open?
No.
Final standings.
I saw that Arawind won.
Arawind won, Praggnanandhaa second. I think out of the top 10, there were 9 Indian guys. Like they're in charge of world chess now.
Yeah, no, they are good. They are really good. But okay, I mean, in our continent, we knew this for a while. Yeah, these Indian kids are pretty tough.
I exaggerated, but 7 out of the top 8. Aravind Kretke is second. Pragnanda, Gupta, Samet, Seturaman, Harsha, Erigaisi. Then you have Injic. Tough tournament. Rook c5 on the board. Rook d8. Oof. This, if Magnus loses this, it's bad news for the 2900, which wasn't very easy or likely to begin with.
Yeah, it's
hard to be.
It's a strangely artificial goal, don't you think? Just a number.
Yeah, I think you have to set up something to, I don't know, keep him motivated when giving up the World Championship title, and also to emphasize he was serious about progress in chess still. But yeah, I don't know. The problem is, even if he, I think he very much knows that it's unlikely, is that every time he doesn't win a game, pundits like us or like me will say, okay, that's bad for reaching 2900, sir. Mm.
Linear will be probably a draw, right? Nothing is going to happen in that game.
Well, they got this endgame we were talking about, or some version of it.
Yeah, but safer version, yeah. This is a draw.
Just a 4 versus 4. Yeah, that was a big miss by Linear. Okay, this will be a draw within minutes. Probably now they will find some way to repeat. Fabi, push the f-pawn, going for broke. Doesn't take on b2. It's quite a statement.
Yeah, rook e2 does not strike me as an easy move.
Covers the pawn.
Yeah, but does not strike me as an easy move. b4 I thought was more natural.
Also
and
good.
also good, yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Fabi pushing it. Levon. Apparently this is winning also. A move that Alireza will certainly consider.
Yeah, but you still have to admire the toughness of beating Levon Aronin, yeah? Just how many good moves you have to find and continue finding.
He does. But yeah, this seems to crush. Although such positions without an engine, they are, even for Alireza, I guess, very hard to calculate.
Queen f3, give me a break. It's so difficult.
This is insanely tough.
This is so difficult. It's reminded me of this famous scene from Big Bang Theory when Sheldon was playing a 90s computer game. Remember it?
I do not remember.
No, at some point he was playing some like early computer games where all the input had to be given on the keyboard, and it was in MS-DOS.
Ah, one of these text adventures.
Yeah, He was trying to kill that troll.
Oh yeah.
And then he was like, hit that troll. Now that is one tough troll, yeah. And yeah, I mean, killing Aronian is a really difficult task.
Seems like it.
It's one tough troll. Yeah.
He does like to do a bit of trolling.
And that too, yeah.
Alireza goes 92, and the troll is back in business.
Yeah, 92 is also 92 does not feel like a decisive continuation we're looking for.
No, But yeah, as mentioned, 95. Easier for us armchair warriors.
As queen f3 at the end of the forced line is always difficult.
Yeah, I think you get till here, but if you don't see a check or a way to win material. Here, even knowing this position, I would struggle.
Well, rook g5 and rook f5, yeah, is at least very safe.
Yeah, once you get here, fair enough. Dominguez Nepomniachtchi draw, as expected. Wesley played the most natural move, rook e2, covering the pawn, and queen to d7. What's Fabi doing? Like, I have the engine running, so it all looks easier if you have. But this looks horrible, no? Pawn down. There's not that much play over here.
Yeah, he played queen a4. He made a different move.
And going back home.
I think Fabi probably has this illusion of serious counterplay. Like, he does have a menacing presence on the king side, right? But maybe
so
less.
Does white? No, white has everything there in the center. If you go f4, there's knight g4. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, g4 at some point. Yeah, maybe this is one of those positions. Yeah, that you don't really have counterplay. It just looks like it.
Yeah. Also, now Wesley, now that he took a pawn, he can play it in the chicken style and probably still win. Yeah, just consolidate and parry the threats and calculate.
It still doesn't look easy to me. And I'm being told that Hans made a mistake by playing knight c4.
Oh.
Allowing a rook endgame doesn't seem correct, yeah, to maximize your winning chances.
What was the way? FG and rook e4, f5. This was just good.
Yeah, f5 does look very, very good, yeah.
It's nice. You get rid of your one weakness. Great space.
Yeah. Maybe he was worried about rook e7.
Okay, this is tougher. Like some weird stuff.
Not even that weird, no?
Not that weird, actually. But this is easier to misevaluate.
But this had 2 pawns, yeah.
So knight c4 played. Magnus should take. Gf, knight a3. These are 2 pawns. What's this? Takes.
Also doesn't look easy for white, no?
Doesn't it look winning?
Doesn't look easy for white at all.
Guess it's winning. Can check some more, but normally 2 passes supported by the rook is enough, no?
Yeah, this looks like a difficult rook ending. Yes.
It's 0-0-0, yeah, according to Sesse or whoever. That's surprising.
Well, Sesse is in a different world.
The internet? Looks completely lost to me.
There is a speculation on my favorite soundtrack.
You do strike me as a soundtrack guy. I could see while you're driving around in your car, you put on some nice Hans Zimmer or Danny Elfman, nod your head.
That's not so far off, yeah.
As for which one?
No, I usually listen to like Mahon Drive soundtrack. But yeah, basically sad movie music is right up my alley.
The thing about you is, you of course have many reference, but it's also mainly it's Mulholland Drive, Constantine, Family Guy, that 1/2 season you watched in 2008. Like, you're very loyal to the things you like.
Yes.
That's fair.
And Naked Gun.
And Naked Gun. Which one? 2.5?
All 33.1 of them.
Fair enough. I like the Trainspotting soundtrack. I'm trying to calm down. Lust for Life.
But also, it's obvious. For instance, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's always apparent to me just how much they do with the music, just how much of the mood is created by the music. Yeah, it really would be a different movie. You change the soundtrack slightly, and
that's why books are crap.
Exactly. Exactly. I just couldn't say it better myself. Yeah.
Bobby is trying to put pressure. You know which soundtrack I also like?
Tell me.
I'm not sure if you've seen that movie. This new Batman movie. It's called The Batman.
Oh, I've never seen it.
It has a very good, very depressing soundtrack.
A lot of impressive soundtracks are out there. I thought Joker had a very nice soundtrack. My Name is Carnival, you know, that stuff.
You should watch the Batman movie. I think you might like it.
Yes, I definitely should, yes. I don't know if you remember, but you invited me back then when you went to see it.
I do remember.
Yes.
And I went to see it in Bremen on a Friday of the Bundesliga weekend. I think I went at 11 p.m. and it lasts forever, which I hadn't calculated. So I left the movies at, I don't know, whenever it was, 2:30. And then I had to walk back the mean streets of Bremen to the hotel at 2:30, all by myself. I didn't have you as backup with me. And I got offered a lot of drugs along the way. Like, there's a lot of salesmen. No. I just, had my headphones in and was trying to mind my own business. But the mean streets of Bremen, Germany, who knew?
Who knew, yes.
But I just watched The Batman, so I was in that vigilante mood. I felt brave.
I was probably traumatized by the last time I joined you for a movie.
When was that? I remember we saw Man of Steel, which was terrible.
I thought Man of Steel was still good compared to what we saw later.
I can't remember what else.
Avengers, the Endgame.
Ah, yeah, that was also very boring.
Yeah, I just thought, how could I ever forgive you for that?
No,
but then it's not entirely your fault, right?
Yeah, I didn't do it. Also, that's considered to be a good movie, no? But I didn't have a nice time either.
I think most of the reviews for this movies are written by 6-year-olds, so it doesn't quite count.
No, I think it's men in their 30s and 40s trying to figure out what 6-year-old would like.
A man like me and you,
yeah? Yeah, very much so. All right, let's do tour. Sorry for all the talk. 96 by Niemann. Magnus didn't take it. Went A4.
Black just looks winning, yeah.
That's a nice night now.
Rook D8 and some tactics.
That's a bingo.
Oh, that's nice. Oh my god, that's so nice.
This one really hurts. FE94.
I mean, this is beyond nice. Yeah. Ouch.
Ouchie.
Can you imagine how pleased Hans will be? Yeah.
I think he'll do it. No, if Rook D8 happens.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So aesthetically pleasing. No, E3 vacating the E4 square for the knight, threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think on a 1 to 10 scale of enjoyment, this one is a perfect 10.
It's a perfect 10.
It's a perfect 10. I know that night in Bremen was fun for you, but this is better.
I had a great time sitting there in that movie theater alone, watching the very dark, depressing The Batman.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you had to cry yourself to sleep after that.
No. I was pumped up.
But I was also upset that once you called that movie Joker empty calories. Yeah. I don't know if I can kind of...
I don't think I did that. I think I mentioned that it wasn't critically acclaimed, and many people like to call it empty calories. I quite like the Joker.
I thought Joker was amazing.
Smart. Yeah, I like
There's
it too.
also some of the really nicest quotes of recent movies.
Like what?
I remember at some point he was like asking what do you get when you put together what was it, a lonely man and in need of assistance in a society that doesn't care, something like this.
What do you get? The Joker?
You get what you deserve. Yeah?
Oh, okay.
I like this bit. Yeah, you get what you deserve. Yeah, this E3 is lovely. Yeah? And also White is hard pressed to find a better move than Rook D8, right? Because otherwise he's just 2 pawns down.
I didn't expect this from the new season of chess. Hans Niemann, first rising up as the villain with the trash talk, and then defeating Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. Wow, that's some impressive stuff.
This hasn't happened yet, but it looks like it might be on the cards, yeah.
It's very, very possible. You know, the worst thing about a mental illness is that people expect you to behave like you don't have one. The Joker.
Yes, I know.
Fabi. He's going for h5. He's still chasing that attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure that White's task is simple here.
Wesley played it passively but stably. But now he will have to engage in mano-a-mano combat, no?
How do you do the G3? Yeah? G3 looks like it might be necessary. Takes, and bishop takes e4? No.
Ah, that's the point, yeah, because d, e, knight, g5. Who knows?
This is tough life, yeah, here.
It's a hard knock life. Even this position doesn't look too terrible at first sight, but it is, eh?
I mean, I would be inclined to take with the other pawn. And to search for...
Bobby Fischer.
To search for Bobby Fischer here.
Okay, we're far removed from this. Wesley with a chance.
Yeah,
Chat is asking about their boy Ali Reza. Oh, he's back to much better. I should probably switch off the engine a bit. It's a bit engine heavy today. But before I switched it off, I saw that it really likes white here.
Yeah, somehow the knight on e4 had this consolidating effect on black's position. Why did this knight leave that square?
He moved it. Yeah, I think he could have. Computer wanted rook e7 or some move. Well, now. Still dangerous. We'll have two like nice clashes here. In mild time trouble, no? This game. And Wesley versus Fabi should also heat up.
Yeah, Magnus played rook e7, so he saw this rook d8, e3, I guess. And,
take a pawn.
Then rook d7. Still goes on.
I learned this move.
Take knight e4, but it's not quite the same, yeah, now that the f7 pawn is hanging.
Still looks nice, doesn't it?
King f1 does look nice, yeah.
Check rook c2.
Yeah, something should be tactically winning here.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tougher without the engine running, but it does look desperate for white. Knight c3.
It looks desperate, but it also looks like you still need to make good moves. Yeah, it's not automatic. Yeah. And of course, Magnus will put up a fight.
Hans takes.
Yeah, Wesley and Fabi, they're getting this. Yeah, g3, g4. Even visually, it's a remarkable position. No? Just this concentration of forces on the king side in the center is absolutely remarkable. And the rook on e2 as well. Yeah, just this huge ball of fire in the center of the board.
They've both been taught that controlling the center is very important in chess. Not sure we can count.
Yeah, it's a remarkably complicated position. Yeah, takes bishop e4 will probably happen. Yeah, he will not allow, or knight e5 and then bishop e4. He will not allow this knight to go to f3.
So in some order, something like this. Huh?
Yes.
Still looks so messy, but apparently, yeah, white is borderline winning, according to the computer. Although also with these new engines, the Stockfish 15 or whatever it is, it often gives +2 or +2.5 in positions. When the old days would be +0.8 or something, yeah, well, now they can just see so much further.
Yeah, no, this position doesn't yet look clear, although of course black is in need of delivering checkmate. And it's not easy to see how.
It's on the board. Chat is asking, would this be Hans' first win versus Magnus if he wins? In Classical, yes, it's their first game in Classical. We're also making one of the few players with a 100% score against the world champion.
I have 100% draws against Magnus in Classical.
It's pretty good as well.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Wesley taking his time. This move 28. Magnus played rook d7. Will Hans go e3? Yeah. The pawn
Yeah,
speaks
no,
for
because he
itself.
also had to see e3 in the other position, right? So he's aware of the motive.
The theme is very much in his head.
And takes knight e4, right?
Check will all happen.
Mm-hmm.
King g6. Then it's a question.
I wonder if this rook f7, king g6, king f1, rook f5 check, if this chicken approach would be enough.
I love it. Might be enough, no? It's a nice box for the king.
Yeah, the king is so passive, and Blackwood just goes to the sort of queen side and converts.
Even if this.
Yeah.
That's why Magnus starts with king f1.
That's crafty.
Still this, I don't know.
Rook f5
sad, no?
seems obvious, and then yeah, b5 after that. It's a bad ending, yeah.
It ain't nice. There are also other options, which I'm sure could be considered, but rook f5 looks nice.
Rook f5 could also be followed by knight c5, right? Now, probably Black's biggest problem is just the abundance of promising continuations that he has. Sometimes choosing between good things is also difficult.
Do you think Magnus, if he loses this, will mainly lose to Inouye Hikaru, because that would give more weight to Hans' claim to be the greatest US talent since Fischer?
I doubt it.
Might be far-fetched.
Yeah, also, I do not expect this to be this smooth, yeah? I mean, there will be still some technical difficulties here.
It's not that many pawns. It feels like 2 pawns, but it's just 1 for now, yeah? Like after e3 to give 1 back.
Yeah, it's just 1, and as you also pointed out, yeah, rook c1, c2 looks promising. Rook f5 also looks promising. And after rook f5, knight c5, and b5, just the cognitive load is quite serious, yeah, on this decision making. Knight c5 and then h5. b5, you have to consider bishop b1 also, right?
Well, it's all good, but nothing ends the game directly.
Yeah, nothing ends the game, yeah. And these people are just so good at putting up a fight in those bad endings. So.
What else is happening?
Yeah, Alireza will win this, yeah, sooner or later. The Black King is just too exposed.
Still with the attack. We get this position. And we have 2 draws.
It's a really exciting round today, right?
Also, yeah. So unexpected, yeah. We need more. More of these kids versus established top guys encounters.
That's what I have been telling you.
I know. I'm just repeating. Your claim. What's your perfect super tournament? Who of the old guys would you have around? By old, I mean the 30-year-olds on top of the world.
Well, I think you can have a couple of 30-year-olds.
So let's make a field. You get Magnus, Fabi.
Well, I would have Magnus, Dingliren, Nepo, and then you would need to add, for good measure, Abdusattarov, Arjun, and a few other juniors, and then maybe MVL and somebody else, and then.
I noticed Fabi was on my list, not yours.
I mean, Fabi is number 9 in the world, yeah.
Fair. But we need 10 people, right? Okay, so Magnus, Ding, Nepomniachtchi, maybe MVL, but he's number 10.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how today ends.
Which of the kids do we want? Erigaisi, Abdusattorov, Gukesh, Hans? Anybody else? My boy Keimer?
Yeah, and your boy Keimer, yeah, definitely.
Sounds like a fun tournament, no?
Yeah, exactly. So Hans went for this, yeah?
Could even throw in like Richie or Duda as a representative of the generation in between those.
Yeah, Richie, yeah. Finally give him a vaccine, and invite him to tournaments.
I think he's invited, yeah, he just wasn't, couldn't go.
So is Hans blowing this one, or?
So let's see what happened here. King F1, Rook F5 was the move, he didn't do it. Went for this. King G1, obviously was hoping for King F1, Rook F2, but that's unlikely. And
King F6.
It's work, yeah? King F6 takes.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, he has so many pawns exchange, right? Knight G5.
But Magnus will start to wiggle.
Knight H3, and then. Yeah, it looks like Rook F2 and then King G5.
Wiggle.
Interesting. It looks like it should be lost, yeah?
This actually looks very lost here. Why is it a draw?
Rook H7,
just some time to chase the pawns.
This is magic, yeah? It's just black magic. This is actual black magic. Yeah? Yeah, maybe he exchanged too many pawns.
Hang on, we didn't invite Giri into our super tournament. Anish is in. We'll have to kick somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't invite Ali Reza either. He should join. Ugh, it's tough to put together 2 super tournaments.
Yeah.
We need Ali Reza and Anish and Ding.
Well, why do we need Anish?
I don't know. For social media gold. Ugh. So we need Magnus and Ding. We need a bunch of the kids. We need Ali Reza, who's his own group. It's gonna be off. Feels like Magnus might survive after all, no?
Yeah, it feels like he might survive this, yeah. No, but converting is always tough.
It's what they say, the level of resistance. So different. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on it. They're about to make the time control, but they're not quite there. This is move 37. In So versus Fabi, it's move 32.
Yeah, he played c5, which is slightly loose continuation, right? Asking for rook d2. With rook d2, queen e5, and queen takes a7. Doesn't white pick up a lot of pawns?
What was it? Queen d2, rook d2, queen e5, take...
Queen a7. That
looks... Zainovic, no?
Looks like finito,
drops,
yeah.
rook d8, queen e7, yeah. Okay, we have to put together our 10-player field the following way. We take turns picking players until we arrive at 10 players. It's the only fair way.
I think in a natural way, our ideal super tournament will happen next year.
I know, but we need to put together the field right now. I'll start. I'll take Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, I'll take Duda.
Wow, that's a surprising first pick. I shall take Ding.
I'll take Abdusattarov.
I'll take Eric Aisi.
A good pick, good pick. I'll take Vincent Keimer.
Okay. I'll take, because I'm worried that... No, but I gotta go with Ali Reza here. We need Ali Reza.
Okay, I'll take Hans.
You're just picking the kids.
But I picked Duda.
That's true. Okay. I have a feeling he might not make it if I leave it up to you. So I'll take Fabi. Are we at 10?
Well, we're close, yeah.
So
okay, I'll take Maxim, yeah, and I think we'll have a good tournament.
What's the field? It's Magnus, Ding, Fabi, Maxim, Duda, Ali Reza,
Engineers, yeah.
Did we take Gukesh?
No, we took Abdusattarov, Vincent, and Hans. We didn't take Gukesh.
It's a tough break for Gukesh.
I think Gukesh will be fine.
I don't know.
So if I played rook d8 instead of queen e5,
I don't know. Looking at the list.
Knight G2, yeah. This is that that X factor, yeah. The understanding.
It's a nice move. It's also difficult, no? If your horse is already in a good square, put it on a better square. Takes, what does he want? Takes, then d4. Couldn't this still get a little messy?
It could get messy, yes.
Maybe Wesley has it all figured out, but
maybe some Queen E7.
Yeah, here Knight F4 in.
A Knight F4 now threatens Queen F8, yeah. E3, but not yet, yeah. Here I have to go with, but it gets messy, yeah. Rook E2.
Apparently you win, but it doesn't look.
It's not. It's not.
Doesn't look over, does it? Yeah.
No. Nah, it's tough, yeah. Beating Fabi is tough. It's so much easier to get a winning position than to actually win it.
Chat is reshuffling our field. Duda, MVL, Caruana out, and Gukesh, Nepo, and Naka in. There's many combinations. Wesley, yeah, I need Wesley in there, and Anish. 10 is not enough.
10 might not be enough. Yeah.
We can make it like the candidates, just not a double round robin, but we have 15 players, 14 rounds.
So how does this go? Yeah, AB, Rook G3, King F8, and then Queen D4, yeah.
This is how Compy does it.
Compy does it well.
So he does it.
Yeah, this is really bad for black. Yeah.
MW wants a 16-player field with Kramnik, Aronian, Anand, and Leko in. No, we're not doing that. Sorry, guys. They can be the commentary team.
Yeah. They're good at that. Bishop F7, yeah.
Trying to take the sting out of Knight F4.
Knight F4, Queen E5, Queen A5. But Knight F4 also allows E3, and Knight F4 is a bad move.
You don't want this?
No, you don't want this, yeah.
It's a nice little move, at least practically.
Queen A6, I don't know, difficult. It's still difficult. How do you make a move now?
Fabi did good, making it a mess.
No, Fabi is good at this, yeah. I mean, whatever you say about him, he actually is a capable chess player.
That's some heartwarming words from you.
I know, right?
Capable chess player. Bishop D5.
It's not what we had, right? Bishop D5.
It's also apparently bad.
The Knight G5? Or?
Pin it.
Oh, pin it
Wants
indeed, yeah.
check and king g6, and the drama continues. Why isn't this a draw though? This looks like a draw. But who knows?
Looks pretty bad, yeah.
Mm.
But still a long day ahead, yeah.
This is a tough round. Yeah, it's hard to keep an eye on all the positions. We have like 3 very hard fought games.
Maybe queen d1 now, yeah, to attack that little guy on g4. Also not the best, yeah, but not terrible.
Not a terrible move.
That could be a Wesley move, couldn't it?
Yeah. The best move apparently is 93, but that's a hard one to make because he just played
Strange,
knight
he just
g2.
went
Yeah.
knight g2, yeah. Rook d2, rook f7, and rook f4. I'm not sure if any of these moves are easy.
If we just take, and then the pawns disappear more quickly.
Yeah, there's a few of them left.
5. But so hard to calculate all this and to judge it here because none is like clearly winning, none is clearly drawn. And they usually don't know if the computer says -2 or -0.90 about the end of a line.
Although, of course, it's difficult in this position being black and not think that, you know, that you missed something more convincing earlier.
And you probably did, yeah, maybe you even spotted it, and now you're sitting there thinking, the Norwegian guy sitting there drinking his orange juice or sugared milk or whatever he's drinking these days, making good moves. Why didn't I finish this game off earlier?
Yeah, no, I never found converting easy. Converting is a difficult part of chess.
Okay, we're talking chess. I agree. Always been big weakness of mine. Alireza.
That's a rook f8, just wins
finds
the
it
rook, right?
easy to convert. Ah, there's h5. Oh.
Yeah, queen f7 and then h5 at the end. Yeah.
Ouch. That's painful. Distracting the king from this rook. Finish. Alireza pulling Ayekhin's gun to good effect.
Yeah, no, this is over.
Queen f7 blitzed out, so Levon's gonna resign here. Nice game by Alireza. And queen b5 looks a little indecisive by Wesley.
Maybe e6 is his point. And then cd. Queen g5.
It's a nice point.
Yeah. king f7, and there should be some tactical something, yeah? I think e6 would be so Wesley, yeah? Such a clean, safe move, if possible.
It's a nice. That's so Wesley So. Hans still pondering his options after bishop d5. He'll let the rook speak for itself. And Levon has resigned after queen f7 as expected, because he's losing a rook. Impressive power play by Alireza. Really tough round, yeah? I have to bring my kids to school and kindergarten today, so I shouldn't be up all night making highlight videos. But today you could like make 3 games of the day, no?
Yeah. And quite some misses of the day too, right?
Ah, yeah, Lenier had he gone bishop d6, that's another game of the day. Mickey K is saying, would love to go to the opening ceremonies of these super tourneys. Can meet all the players and stuff. Yeah, and they're fun to talk to. They love like just hanging out and interacting with people that want to meet them. What's usually fantastic icebreaker. So if you know someone like online or in your chess club, let's say, that has talked to them prior, then you can tell them, do you remember that guy? He once met you in a restaurant in San Francisco in 2014. And their face will light up and say, yeah, of course I recall. We had a really fun exchange, and then I signed his chessboard. How's he doing? I mean, they will chat you up.
That's exactly how it goes. Yeah, it's uncanny. Yeah, such an accurate description. He played e6. Yeah,
he's good.
He's good. Yeah. What move is it?
This is move 37.
So CD, queen g5 will be move 38, and then after king f7, will he need to find difficult moves like knight f4?
Doesn't look that difficult, no?
Well,
with the king so silly.
Yeah, no, I just thought it blunders a rook, right? But white has a mate at the end, I'm sure. Yeah? Queen d2, queen g6. And
something's gonna give.
And then queen f6 check.
Ah, this one.
Yeah.
Also, speaking from Chicken Chess Club experience, you feel this is winning, but you always know you made it to move 40 with a perpetual, and then you can figure out the win. So it's a nice practical thing, no? Like,
yeah, no, it's of course the side with a winning advantage is always happy to make it to move 40, yeah? Even if you have more time. You're not trying to flag your opponent. After all, you're not Vincent, right?
Yeah. Another great icebreaker while we're talking about meeting top players is if you've seen them previously, maybe a couple of years back, you could just approach them and ask, do you remember me? Because then they will either have to say yes, and already you're in. They remember you, or they lied about it. Or they will have to say no, and then they're on the defensive, so they owe you a favor. I think that's always a great line.
Yeah. No, there are quite
everybody likes that.
There are quite some ways to meet top players. Have you played queen b6? Yeah, putting up a fight.
Whoa.
Now probably queen e2 or some such move will happen, right?
Once again, the resilience is crazy. Like,
yeah, no,
it's never over.
He's absolutely crazy resilient, yeah. Yeah, queen e2 happened. Not the best move, right? The best move would have been takes and knight f4, right? And then b4. Now takes and queen takes e4, yeah, but maybe not over yet.
Yeah. Well, so you don't want to deal with this pasta somehow, yeah? Like 93 is more chicken chess club style.
But you want to be pawn up, no?
I do want to be pawn up, but I don't want to pass pawn for enemy.
Well, life is tough. Huh? So many snacks, so little time.
Another great thing is you could ask the players if they've watched the Netflix show, The Queen's Gambit, because it's a mutual interest. Like it's about chess. Probably they will have watched that show. They probably won't have been asked about it before. And then you can just debate what you liked about the series, how their life compared to Beth Harmon's. Rustam hasn't watched it yet.
I'll never watch it.
That's very upsetting. And you were right. Wesley wants to be pawn up. What's going on here? Rook d2, rook d7? Was rook d7 wrong? Ah, yeah, the rook f4 was the compy move. Knight g5 is a tough move, though, because it allows this check.
Knight g5 is not easy. Yes. Is it necessary?
Sorry.
Knight g5 is not easy, but it's also so clinically winning, right?
Seems to be crushing.
Also not really difficult, no? I mean, like the tactic behind it is not difficult, just the move is sort of tricky. But maybe you should find it because there are no alternatives, right?
I don't have other moves.
No.
King g5, you have a check. King f6, you have a check. Maybe. You have to think of it, but yeah. You probably will. What move is this? It's move 42. They made the time control.
Right, move 42. Yeah, like you should actually find it. No?
Yes, time. There's also move 40 in Wesley Fabi, where still work. I don't even know if it's easy with this d pawn, but I guess queen and knight and pawn up makes Wesley a big favorite, yeah?
I mean, if I had this position was black against Wesley, I would think that my days are numbered. But okay, Fabi is a different caliber.
Finny Boy is saying, before watching Queen's Gambit, I thought chess players are really hard workers. Now I know that it's all talent and some drugs too. No, don't you remember like these hours of chess instructions she got in the basement from the janitor? And then later she has like a 5. It's true.
From the janitor, yeah?
Yeah, he's a good chess player. And then later she has like a 5-day training session with that nerdy guy.
I'm so happy I've never seen that rubbish.
It's a good show.
And there are so many ways to waste your life better.
That is true. She wasn't very good until she started hallucinating from the drugs and could see the board on the ceiling. With help from Kentucky State champ, anything is possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what more one can add after that. No, that's basically the pinnacle of any achievement. Yeah, that's basically it.
All right. We've reached move 40. We still have two big games going on. I'm sure Chad will be very interested in this. I'm all alone with my two very young children. I'll go check up on them if they're sleeping. If they're sleeping, I'll wake them up so I have some company for the rest of the night. And we'll see you here in a couple minutes to cover all the action. Both Fabian Caruana and Magnus Carlsen are trying to survive their dodgy positions against Wesley So and Hans Niemann. See you soon.
See you.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Throughout the whole course, there were a lot of rotations. This one game, I was playing against strong Czech Grandmaster, Indian International Master Bharat.
Magesh took over in his group classes. Once he reached...
This kid, is super talented.
He's really good at calculating. He's really good at the openings.
I think 2700 is gettable in another 3 years.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gustafsson.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers. Welcome back, everybody. Hans Niemann is very close to defeating the world champion with the black pieces. He spotted after rook d7 the strong move knight g5.
It does look easier to play king f6, don't you think, when the bishop is still hanging? Because now white has rook d2, knight f3, king g2, knight d2, and a5, and I think it's kind of unnecessary to allow this, right?
Good point, yeah. Computer doesn't care, so it's still winning, king e5. But yeah, why didn't he go king f6?
Yeah, he got excited.
This is just over here.
This is just so much easier, yeah.
Okay, the king probably goes here, yeah.
And you can even go knight f3, no? And win the pawn ending. No? Oh. Wow, that is so smart.
Apparently this is still a win. I went king f5, which looks good enough. Chat is saying Magnus can resign now. I don't think he will.
Yeah, I don't think resignation is on the cards ever.
But he is lost. Wesley still has some work to do.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll play b4 now to avoid knight f4, a5. Probably not, no?
Comp once again, judging it harshly, saying now it's enough counterplay.
Yeah, no, b4 has problems too, of course. Yeah, knight f4 is a natural move. And black plays with a5.
Yeah, okay, what the computer's doing is not natural. Yeah, he's just moving his pieces to random squares and then he wins. But over the board, it doesn't look easy at all.
No, it doesn't look easy.
So
yeah, this is a problem, right? When you play guys like Magnus and Fabi, even after you're winning, even after you kind of find a lot of good moves, you still have to finish them off. And this is difficult.
Seems such hard work.
Mm-hmm.
King G2, 92. Is Magnus gonna try A5?
I think he has to.
What else? No?
Yeah, he has to try A5 and then King E5. He said he's winning. King E5, King G3.
Knight F1.
And Knight F1 and Knight takes H2. Yeah, remove this dangerous pawn, and after this, it's going to be a piece of cake. Yeah. Yeah, this
is domination.
And King E4 is worse than King E5 because King E4 also looks natural.
That is worse. Still so difficult. Yeah? This apparently is a draw.
The difference being Knight F1. Oh, the squares, yeah?
That's the difference here.
Basically, he had to go King F6 because it's a dark square, and now he has to go King E5 because it's a dark square. But King E4 is a move forward, yeah? This is a tough one,
yeah? Yeah. Never easy.
Nah, not easy at all, no.
High Flyer is enjoying the commentary. Thank you, High Flyer. Appreciate it. It's a question where Magnus went wrong. It pretty much went wrong from the get-go. No, the line he chose didn't surprise Hans. This is a sideline, but Hans knew the best continuation is CD. Here, after H6, the best white had was to bail out, apparently, with Bishop F6, Queen F6, Knight D2, which is roughly equal.
And he actually did play King E5, yeah, just to kind of get
jump back. He played the best move, yeah. And it's winning.
I mean, it's difficult not to be impressed, right?
I'm very impressed. Also, he has this confidence. Yeah, he said that, yeah. He thinks he's a top player himself, so it feels natural for him to beat top players. Not how everybody feels in their first super tournament, no.
This is good stuff, yeah.
Also, such a relentless rise. No, he was an international master with, I don't know, 2,500 at the start of the pandemic. Then you just played a lot, picked up 200 rating points, and here he is about to take the sole lead in the Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah. No, I must confess, when I played him in a Blitz tournament in Tashkent last November, 10 months ago, I just had never heard the name.
Wow.
And I had never heard the name, and we played a Blitz game, and he beat me. And then after that, I started hearing that name more frequently.
It's surprising to me because I know you're a big Twitch head, so I would have thought you spent a lot of time in the old days on Hans's Twitch stream.
Exactly, yeah, you would think, right?
Yeah.
And the social media and
slipped through the cracks, yeah.
Yeah. And in that Blitz game that we played, I did notice that his hair is quite special. It was all over the place.
He has a lot of hair, yeah.
Had a lot of hair, yeah. I think he still does, yeah, I don't know. But he had a lot of it.
That is nice.
A lot more than me, at any rate.
I'm not sure you're the benchmark there.
It's me and George Costanza.
I remember Fabi and Alejandro. They have a lot of debates about who has more and better hair. Yeah, like.
Oh, I'm so glad to be out of this debate now.
But yeah, also your boy Eric Aisi. I'm not sure when I heard the name first, but it can't have been more than, let's say, 1.5 years ago.
Yeah, no, at some point when we started working, he had around 2,600, just thereabout, you know. And yeah, no, I forgot about, you know, the days when you could gain 100 points in 1 year. It has happened to me too, but this was a very long time ago.
I remember 1999 fondly as well.
Mm.
There's just no way, yeah? King G3 looks like the normal move.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Actually, this line looks like the way to go, yeah?
Yeah, but he'll probably go something else. Yeah, this is too easy. He'll go like bishop a2. He will find some sort of...
Yeah, it's just... The position's too bad, yeah?
Yeah, this is bad.
Because bishop can't attack b7. And
yeah, there's
no
not an
squares
active
for
bishop on a2. Yeah, there's just... it seems that Magnus will lose it.
Does look like it.
And Wesley is giving checks.
Fair enough.
That he wanted him to do, yeah? That's what you wanted, yeah? And then queen c2, right?
I think computer wants knight h4.
That's not the direction this knight is going, I think.
No. No, here the computer said the check after a5.
Oh, but I thought it would be similar, right?
I don't know. I think this is too tough for humans. So now if you go queen c2, apparently it's not so clear. The bishop switches.
Amazing. Well, I mean, this is he's tough to beat. Yeah, this guy is tough to beat.
I have a feeling Fabi's gonna save this.
Yeah, I have this feeling too. Yeah, he'll save this, and Magnus will not.
It's fair. What are the odds on Anish tweeting if Hans beats Magnus today? I don't know. I'd be somewhat surprised if Anish didn't tweet. He's probably already crafting his tweet. He might just play it safe. Tweet something like, "The chess spoke for itself." It's 1,000 likes right there. I checked your Twitter recently. I saw you have a Twitter account, but it hasn't been very active since 2014.
That's true. I think my last tweet was 2015.
Yeah.
And I intend to keep it this way.
Wow. You're just focusing on Instagram these days, yeah?
I'm just basically focusing on you and the job offers that you make.
You understand that I don't have a lot of say when it comes to job offers around here anymore.
But I was very sad to hear that the Hamburg studio does not exist anymore.
It is very sad, but you're always welcome in my basement.
That sounded more creepy than you intended.
That sounds mildly predatory. Oof. Magnus won't like this one.
I don't think he likes to lose, yeah? I don't know a single chess player who likes to lose.
Maybe the world champion of losers chess. No, and especially losing the first tournament game against a member of the new generation. Like he had this back in, when was it, 2011, when he lost the first game to Anish. It took a couple of years until he had a plus score against Anish. And especially against the outspoken ones. He might be remembered about this once or twice over the years. He won't like it.
But in general, he's in a very tricky position right now in the chess world, right, Magnus? It's completely self-imposed, self-inflicted, right?
Yeah, I'm very curious how it's gonna go. Like, yeah, I don't think he took the decision lightly. You could argue about how it's communicated, but even he probably can't judge how he will feel about it now, with world champion Ding or Nepomniachtchi and these kids making more and more headlines, becoming more and more competitive. So
yeah, no, because it's strange, yeah. Suddenly, if he plays couple of not very convincing tournaments, which could happen, and then Nepo Ding, will become a world champion, and there will be a new wave coming of Rigashi and Abdusattarov and Hans and others, and suddenly his position in the chess world will become like one of the guys,
Nah, he'll never be one of the guys. Yeah. Kasparov is not one of the guys, even.
Well, Kasparov is retired, yeah. Magnus is not there yet, yeah.
No, but I'm saying his place in history is secure.
No, his place in history is secure. His place in the current chess life might become at some point unstable, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I think you just keep playing as long as he's number one, and if he feels he's not, it's hard to see him playing as the world number 7, even if that's a long time down the stretch. But who knows? Very curious how chess is gonna be like after the next World Championship match and with the rise of these guys. But for now, I think it's exciting. It would be less exciting if we didn't have this new generation already being competitive. Then it would just be weird, no? You have the super tournaments. Magnus wins most of them. Ding or Nepomniachtchi is world champion. But with the rise of the kids, a lot of fun stuff could happen.
Yeah, also these kids are superbly ambitious.
Kids are right.
Like if you think that Magnus's 2900 is an ambitious goal, I mean, you should talk to some of these kids.
Gukesh and Ore announced 3100 or bust.
3100 is already like almost stockfish territory.
I don't know if Ali Reza counts as a kid. He has to age-wise, but he's been around a bit too long. Like he's his own thing. There's Ali Reza, and then there's Erigaisi, who might not be younger than Ali Reza, but he's still a different conversation. Erigaisi, Keimer, Niemann, Abdusattorov, Gukesh, Pragnananda. Those are the kids.
Ali Reza also, yeah, he has been a top player for a while now, but he hasn't quite had the tournament results of a top player yet, right? In classical chess.
No.
He just hasn't. Yeah, he hasn't really won a super tournament yet.
No, his rating went up there, went all the way to 2800, riding the wave, but it was, yeah, mainly Isle of Man, the European Team Championship, and he had a very good Norway chess. But yeah, it must be weird for him too, no? Because he was the chosen one until like a year ago. There wasn't even talk about it. And now we keep mentioning these other 6 names here, like stealing some of his thunder. It's a jungle out there. Obviously, he's had some success. You don't become a 2800 player.
No, he was
without having some good results.
Successful within a short period of time.
But also he's sort of, sorry.
No, I was just saying that his fallout was even more spectacular, right? Because everybody expected him to do great, and Magnus was saying he's a genius, and suddenly, he was just very, very unconvincing in the candidates.
Yeah, it also felt somewhat self-imposed, no? Like he had this half-year break before the candidates after he had this great stretch of results, so he took his momentum away to focus on preparing. He might reap the benefits of all the work he must have been done down the stretch, but short term, yeah, he lost some momentum there. And I'm not sure how much of it was strategy or not being able to agree with organizers about whatever conditions. I think with Vike, there was some talk that he wanted compensation for when they moved him the year prior or something like that. So
with Vike, yeah,
I'm
they
not
just
sure.
got bad blood, yeah.
Yeah, there's some bad blood there. But I'm saying I'm not sure how much of it was a conscious decision not to play for a year and how much of it was not coming to terms with organizers.
Well, I expect that if he was ready in general to play chess, there would be opportunities to do so, no?
Sure.
And
knight h4.
Knight h4, yeah. Difficult move.
Knight on the rim.
But a beautiful square. It's going to Iona f5. That is a beautiful square. As Wesley has this remarkable feeling for the coordination of pieces, he might actually be capable.
The knight can't be kept out here, like here,
No.
it comes here. Sentinel is saying, I don't see Magnus sticking around like Kasparov. Did Kasparov stick around? Like, he retired as world number 1.
He retired as world number 1 at the age of 40, at the age when Vichy still played 2 world championship matches.
No, but of course it's true. Magnus is 31, like 9 years feels like a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, also, I don't think he'll be number 1 in 9 years, so I don't know, difficult.
Korchnoi started playing.
H4, yeah?
He does play knight h4. He's
no,
good.
it is impressive. Yeah, it is impressive.
What's Magnus doing? Did he find some last trick? He goes knight f1 check, king f2.
Well, knight h2 looks obvious, and now he somehow has to attack b7, but how?
There's no way.
And then bishop h5. I don't know what he wants. Yeah, but...
Maybe this. But it leads to the same position, more or less. Yeah? He plays
yeah,
e4.
Then...
This looks desperate. Takes bishop e6. He wants it. Probably just lose.
Yeah, this is a very clean way of doing it.
Take the pawn.
Although bishop b7 and bishop d5 at the end of the line.
How was the line here? Here. Bishop d5. Yeah?
Now bishop a6. And then knight b3, bishop b7.
Okay.
And bishop d5.
So have to think, but it will be Zugzwang, no?
It will be at some point, yeah, but...
You just bump the bishop, bring the knight.
Leave the cannoli.
Always leave the cannoli. Actually, I think you have to bring the cannoli.
Yeah, it's the other way around. Yeah, it's... But it is actually stunning how even in absolutely desperate situation, Magnus finds a way to make the opponent think, right?
Yeah.
Like it looked already automatic, and now Black still has to think, still has to overcome the last hurdle. Maybe knight f3 is clean, yeah? And bishop d5, knight g5.
Still gotta think.
Yeah, maybe king e3, yeah? Just defend this pawn. King e3, knight e6. Bishop takes, knight c5. H5.
Very winning.
Should be very winning. Maybe your line is in fact simple enough, right?
This stuff, yeah. You can also go
D4.
here if you don't want to put your knight
or
on
any
white square. Yeah. There's always king e5. Oh no,
No,
actually,
you have to play,
no. Yeah.
You have to play h5, h4 first. Yeah.
Okay. It is all doable.
Yeah, Wesley's knight h4 is just so absolutely brilliant.
Are we switching back to Wesley's a favorite to win? Maybe, no, after knight h4.
No, must be. Knight h4 is so huge. In fact, he kept the knight on g2 long enough to retain the flexibility, right? That he could go to either f4 or h4, and he found a way. I don't think this would be in my field of vision, the square h4 for the knight. The board has 64 squares for a reason, right?
No, I never counted, but it's a bunch of squares.
But it's not 300 trillion.
Never. We're also so conditioned to not put knights on the rim.
Yeah, he found this path to f5, yeah. And Hans, yeah, this is not an enviable situation to be in, yeah, because he already thought all his troubles for today were over.
Yeah.
And now this is the last steps.
Although being on the verge of beating Magnus with black is a fairly enviable situation to be in.
Well, unless
but if you thought the work is done and then you have to think again, it's of course hellish over the board. As Hans said, chess sucks all the life out of you.
Is he becoming the most quotable guy in the chess world?
No, it's between him and Ding Liren, if you ask me.
What is Ding Liren famous for?
Nothing yet, but I feel there's going to be some trash talking during the match against Nepo. Ding will have some zingers.
I actually remember one scene, quite liked the quote by Ding. He was giving some press conference. Oh, they were giving a press conference together with Kramnik after the candidates game in 2018.
Yeah, I watched that one. That's a classic.
Yeah, that one is really good.
So Kramnik gives this big speech about he's much better in a position where he's borderline lost, and then Ding is asked, "Do you agree with that assessment?" No. That was fun. So what options does Hans have? King e4, of course, the obvious one. Doesn't seem to make sense to leave this pawn alive, no? Like, why would you do this?
No. I mean, if he sees your solution and passes the scare of having his knight dominated on a5, then he'll go for it. Yeah. But it's an if. Yeah. I don't know how big is an if, but it is an if.
Any square? Maybe not this one. 95 looks more natural, so it can't be. D-knight, this.
Like, this is a moment where I could imagine getting worried. But you're right, yeah, like bishop f7, h4, bishop d5, and then king e5.
5 does the job. Can you win differently here? Just keep pushing. At some point you need king e5 here, but doesn't run away.
Yeah, you will need king e5, but it will still work, right?
It's always there. This would be one too many. Here. Still good. And the bishop can't keep covering all the squares the knight could go to. Once the knight joins, it's of course over. This is apparently also winning, but it's also a very strange thing to do.
Well, king f2, knight d2 is kind of clever, yeah? It avoids bishop d5 because of check. But what's the point of a king g2 and check? King f3 and bishop. Yeah, knight d4, knight c6. Okay, this is tough.
Not an easy calculation here with all the squares the king has.
This is really, really tough.
Not such a sick move to make it, to give your most advanced passer. No, I think he will spend his time calculating the quote-unquote main line, king e4, king f4.
Yeah.
Ding had a famous philosophical quote to Anish: "No man crosses the same river twice." After Ding team lost to Anish team in first round, and they meet again in the finals, which Ding won. That doesn't make any sense, no? Like, I cross the same river twice on a daily basis. Like, drive over the bridge one way and then back the other way. No,
exactly.
I don't get that quote. Water moves, therefore not the same river. Ah, it's deep stuff. But still the same river, no? It's the same name. I'm not sure I'm buying that quote. Not the same river, not the same man. He's aged. Yeah. Hans is very close to beating Carlsen. He has 2 winning lines at least. There might be more, but yeah. This one is sort of the main line. But we're not sure how easy it is. Pick up the pawn and free this knight eventually with a well-timed king e5. The weirder one is after e4 to go g3 check, king g3, knight f1. But this I find very hard to believe this could happen. If king f2, knight d2, and bishop d5 is impossible. Well, king e3, you just take. And if king g2, that's the weird one. Knight e3, king f3, knight c2. And the knight is back in time. Shield this pawn, take this pawn. Okay, this is just resigns, take on a5, and black wins.
Yeah, now this is the thing with chess. Yeah, once you see the winning lines all the way to the end, they feel easier than they are. Because okay, he doesn't have
know
the tools that we have, yeah, and the calm and the time. His time is ticking. He needs to make decisions. But yeah, keep it simple. Take the pawn. He took the pawn.
Took the pawn. Should be 6, and yeah, this line. Are there other wins? Like, what happens if we go here? Still winning, yeah.
Did Wesley allow like 1 million checks? This is amazing, no? Was this really necessary? So queen h1, king g3, queen g2, king h4, yeah, queen f2. King, he allowed all this, yeah?
So f6 is safe.
This is like his game against Mamedyarov from the first round, the other way around, yeah? No pawns left, knight against bishop, and he's trying to deliver checkmate.
Maybe successfully.
Yeah, no, Fabi doesn't give a check, yeah? As people are good.
Fabi does not give a check. Wow. Such sickos. And Hans played king f4. We're headed down that road.
Yeah, now he's gonna make it. I think all the choices have been made, yeah? He's gonna make it.
It's a bit of an upset there. Also, not every day Magnus loses to a sub 2700 player.
Do you remember the last tournament game that Magnus lost at all?
No, I'm trying to think of below 27. I think he lost. The Trump's Olympia, he lost 2 games. No? He probably lost to Anish when he was below 27. And now my memory is bad.
I remember he lost to a very young Vachier-Lagrave, yeah, 2014.
Yeah? I don't know. Shugirov, yeah, that's a famous one. That's also a long time ago, but he lost to, what's his name? Is he Croatian?
To Saric, yes.
Saric, yeah, and the Olympiad. He probably wasn't 2700.
Yesipenko already was 2700 in Vachier-Lagrave.
I think so. Bishop c8 plate. Yeah, this h5, h4 race might be winning, but this is so much more common sense. Yeah.
Yeah, why enter races against the bishop, right? Take the pawn.
Race against the machine. No, this is just over.
Yeah, when was the last time that Magnus lost the tournament game was white?
I don't remember. Must have happened, but it's not a regular occurrence. What games do I remember? He lost to Topalov with white on time in Norway chess. Even
It
that's years
almost
ago.
doesn't count, yeah.
Yeah. Against Duda, he didn't lose a tournament game though. He lost the rapid
He
game.
lost in rapid, yeah.
Mhm.
And Wesley, yeah, King F7, F3, like every move surprises me.
Do you respect kings, Wesley?
F3, yeah, I mean...
Sick move, no? Exposing his king further on the second rank and G3.
F3 is a really strange move. Was there really nothing better?
.95 plate. Hans is not forgiving. He got to take. Oh, this will happen. But here it's hard to mess up here. Like,
yeah.
Push the pawn and go king e5. Whenever you like. Then bring the knight, and here white can resign. This is no longer very difficult. Wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed, yes.
History in the making.
And it's also not the kind of a game that you could say that Magnus overpushed or something. Like he just found himself in an uncomfortable position after the opening and didn't make it. Yeah, it's amazing.
It was just ground down, yeah, like in a way, yeah. Of course, we know it's Magnus, but it does look like a very strong game by Nima, which you could also imagine. If things just go well against him for a non-Magnus opponent, no, good preparation, get a little pressure, then convert nicely. So the bishop on d5 position is on the board.
Yeah, now has to play h5.
This is the last tough move here, like king e5 is the only way you
king
can still go
e5
wrong.
is wrong for many reasons. Yeah, also king e5, bishop f7 doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
so he plays h5.
He plays h5 quickly. Also, it's the most natural thing in the world, and no Magnus here. I guess he'll wait for king e5 and then resign. There's no hope anymore.
Yeah.
Peter Heine will need his empathy tonight. Give a nice motivational speech.
Yeah. So yeah, Magnus is losing and Fabi is maybe defending, right?
That one, it feels like still very much, at least 2 results in play, no? I wouldn't be surprised if Wesley won. Wouldn't be surprised if Fabi held. Let's just see. The end here. d5. I don't know if Hans will push this first, but king e5 looks very clean. No way.
King e5 looks cleaner. White cannot even attack the pawn, so...
Yeah. Bishop f3 is also not tough to calculate.
He's got this, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Magnus resigns. Congratulations to Hans Niemann, what an achievement. Beats Magnus with black first try, breaks 2700.
And leads in the tournament, by the way. Yeah?
Takes over the sole lead in the tournament. Impressive stuff.
Wow. This is really something.
Yeah. What were the odds?
Let's work out the odds.
It was a figure of speech. Wow. So much drama. Chess did speak for itself. Also, what a start for Hans. No, he had this Miami Crypto Cup, lost his 7 matches, although they were hard fought. Then he comes here, his confidence obviously very intact. Starts with 2.5 out of 3 against Levon, Mamedyarov, and Magnus. That's some sick stuff.
And he was also technically also winning against Levon, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah, it's quite something. Why is King G2 not strong here? I don't get this.
Isn't it strong?
Queen C2, King G3.
Strong, no?
Yeah, so why is he not playing it?
He might. He's calculating fun lines like this. Queen F3 is not that tough. This is actually not so hard. Yeah, the king is very safe there.
King is good on G5, yeah. But what if Black would play D3 instead of Queen H2 check?
Compy doesn't care.
This is less easy, yeah?
Yeah. But as we say in shogi, the entering king is safe. And in chess we say, the knight is a king's best friend. We have all these very useful sayings.
Including leave the gun, take the cannoli, right?
That is very good life advice.
Have you ever had a cannoli?
I thought you were going to ask about the gun, but it's no in both cases, actually.
I think
no guns, no cannoli.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure about myself. Something tells me that I have had a cannoli, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I might have accidentally had a cannoli, like you're at some buffet and you like load your plate with desserts as you do. One of them might have been a cannoli.
Yeah, I think we need to definitely up our game on cannoli.
Sorry, I threw my mic over while looking for cannoli. Cannoli, food. Italian pastries consisting of tube-shaped shells of fried pastry dough filled with a sweet, creamy filling, usually containing ricotta, a staple of Sicilian cuisine. They range in size from 9 to 20 centimeters. This is still the pastry we're talking about. In mainland Italy, they are commonly known as cannoli siciliani. I don't think I've ever had a cannoli.
Sounds lovely.
Which part? The tube-shaped or the sweet, creamy filling?
All of it sounds good. Gotta get that cannoli. Didn't end well for Don Altobello though, yeah, as far as I remember.
Don Altobello? He's the old Don in Sicily?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the third one, yeah?
I always liked him.
He looked like a nice guy.
A nice old man, yeah. Don Panucci I didn't like, but Don Altobello seems like a good guy.
Don Altobello, yeah. Queen e5, yeah. Queen d3. Queen f4 is bad, yeah. Oh my God, chess is so tough, yeah.
So difficult. How do people do it? No, like I don't
Yeah,
understand
no,
it.
this is so unbelievably tough. He needs to play king h3, yeah?
Yep.
Ah, this is unbelievable, man.
Queen e2, f4.
Oh my God. And after c3s and something, yeah? Queen a5, yeah?
Mm. That's what I was getting at, Torchfire 19. Is Wesley gonna do it? He doesn't have a lot of time left.
King h3 is difficult. Queen e to f4 is just sublime. No?
This helps. King h3 played. These guys are good.
I mean, this guy is beyond good. Yeah.
Maybe we need him in our super tournament.
I think the only problem with him is that he actually doesn't know how good he really is.
Yeah.
I mean, if I would be as good as Wesley, I would be stronger than Wesley.
That makes no sense, but I still get your point. Sorry.
Gesundheit. Yeah, queen e to f4 is absolutely insane.
Yeah. Very beautiful. Once you see it, no, this king will be incredibly safe, and then you just start giving checkmate.
Yeah.
Fabi's fought very resourcefully. But Wesley might still put him away here.
Yeah. I mean, even knowing everything, I don't quite understand. So if black takes queen e2, f4, he takes that pawn, queen f1, king h4. And after queen f4, queen takes a5. Yeah, I know, queen e7 mate. Yeah, this is always helpful. Always
this
helpful.
is always the counter.
I don't think there has ever been a day in my life that I have been this strong. Not even one day.
Maybe one morning.
Maybe morning though, yeah. Sometimes God's bless you in the morning. Kills you in the afternoon.
Wow. I don't think that's a quote you will get from Wesley.
It is an actual quote from a movie. I wonder if people know it.
Not me.
It's a pretty well-known movie. It has Brad Pitt in it. And everybody else. Like everybody is in that movie.
Okay. Legends of the Fall.
No.
Meet Joe Black.
No.
That's all the Brad Pitt movies I've watched.
It's from Troy.
How's everybody in Troy? It's Brad Pitt and Eric Bana. Wow. Very misleading.
And everybody else, it has Helen, the Greek beauty goddess or whatever.
that's the one you could come up with. Helen, Greek beauty goddess, played by Diane Kruger.
What, Diane Kruger no good?
It's all right, but I wouldn't define her as everybody else.
Well, the chat seems to like Brad Pitt. Apparently just great hair.
7 years in Tibet. Is that Brad Pitt?
7 years in Tibet was boring.
I haven't seen it.
It was boring.
It's a long time in Tibet for a movie. What's your favorite Brad Pitt character movie?
Wow, I mean, Joe Black is a pretty cool character, right?
I haven't seen that movie either.
You haven't seen Joe Black? No. That's actually not a bad movie to have seen. And also his character in True Romance. I don't know if you remember him.
I do remember that.
That was a nice character.
I liked him in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh yeah, that was really good, yeah.
Fight Club is good, yeah.
Fight Club is good, yeah. Queenie too, yeah. Now comes the.
Here comes Fredo.
Now comes that moment, yeah.
I know it was you, Fredo. Breaks my heart. This is such a weird loan.
F4 is so tough, yeah. And there is nothing else, right? F4 is necessary.
Gotta do it. Okay, here it's always checkmate. Yeah, the queen really can't leave E2.
Yeah, this World War Z, I didn't think was that good, but to each his own, right?
This will get me more hate on the internet. I don't like 7 that much. I thought it was so cool when it came out.
Oh my God, he played F4.
It doesn't hold up. Wesley's tough.
That guy is amazing.
D3 is going to take. Lieutenant Aldo Rain. Yeah, it's a fun movie.
Well, 7 is just not such a big number, huh? That movie was called 300 Trillion.
Yeah. And the 300 trillion deadly sins, it would have been a long movie.
Seven is, I thought, was a pretty good movie, although, of course, it is also a movie that is difficult to take in, right?
Yeah, also, I think it's tough to rewatch here. First of all, you know the twist, and then it's this miserable, whatever city it's supposed to be, Seattle, always raining and some, yeah. I don't know. Of course, I was blown away the first time I watched it.
But it is also so ridiculously violent, right? It just really also not a movie you would easily suggest to people you don't know very well, right? It just.
I haven't even watched it with my daughter yet.
Yeah, also, I wouldn't show it to my kids. Not for another 10, 15 years.
When your oldest son is 32, and you can sit down and say, listen, son, this movie 7. Speaking of 7, that's how many games Fabi won at the start of the Sinquefield Cup 2014 in a row. But here, The number is still 0, and he's about to lose this one after he missed some great chances yesterday against Lanier.
Yeah, if Wesley sort of finishes it off properly and wins, this will probably be one of the most well-played games, of recent times.
Yeah, I guess computer-wise, as always, you can find some questions to ask, but the amount of stuff he saw, how easy it comes to him with little time just to be so precise, it's just
but
sickening.
also against the kind of resistance that that Fabi was putting up, right? Yeah. Because it seemed to me that okay, this kind of resistance I would never be able to overcome, and yeah, there's King H3, F4, all of these moves, Knight H4, G4.
How much work it is to beat any of these guys in a chess game? It's just sickening.
Just absolutely impossible. Yeah, it's just straight up impossible. It cannot be done.
Even here, yeah, like if you didn't tell me this was game over, how confident are you after D3?
Yeah, Black could play like Bishop F3, for instance, but Bishop F3 allows checks, right?
Yeah, okay, but why is this so winning? Like I can read the computer line, but I mean, just to judge all this from far away.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I mean, it still doesn't look easy to me. Yeah, I'm like really impressed, but it still doesn't look over to me.
This apparently wins. Even this still ridiculously tough. Chess just too hard.
Yeah.
Should be left to the kids.
They're better at it, yeah. Yeah, this is like Simag and Bronstein, yeah. Yeah,
familiar.
So this is the line, yeah, after D3.
That's the line.
Yeah, this is really tough.
D3 on the board. I don't know if Queen A5 is the only move. But all the lines are sick. Also, even after this, you have to do. Queen D6 played by Wesley. Doesn't take the pawn.
Is it less good?
Still winning, apparently. Looks like it's the same positions. Just with an A pawn. Looks a bit more normal than Queen A5, no?
Looks more central, yeah? A bit more. Maybe he didn't even look in that direction of Queen A5, allowing what he thought was checks and whatnot, yeah?
Here you apparently win by giving random checks.
And then Knight D4, yeah? And 93 at the end.
93 at some point.
Okay, this is findable.
Yeah, Bishop F3.
Yeah,
now he needs to find this Knight H6.
He does need to find Knight H6?
And also the finish then, you like.
This to me looks almost impossible. To find Queen D7 and Knight H6 looks almost impossible.
I trust Mr. Wesley. Such a nice move. Covers this. Threatens checkmate.
Why can't I go Queen D8 check? King F7, Knight H6? Because somehow King E6 is not made, right?
King E6 and the king runs away.
Yeah. But I could even lose this, yeah? A couple of more checks like this and...
Yeah. The entering king is safe.
Are you doing shogi again?
I don't know. It's the only quote I know about entering kings. He does give the check. And now is the big question. Knight H6.
And I will give check and check just to get time.
There's no more time coming, no? Like
the 30 seconds per move, no?
Yeah. They're both down to the 30 seconds per move, more or less.
And he gives a check. And now he needs to play knight h6, yeah?
He's gonna be able to do it.
I'm not sure.
Big moment. Time is ticking away.
Of potentially historic value.
I need to give my ears some rest. Hope this looks okay.
It looks just fine.
Thanks.
A bit dorky, but other than that, all good.
I've been told worse. Or see.
Knight h6 is tough.
There it is. It's too good. It's not even fair.
I mean, this is not even good, no? This is like outright divine. And if queen f1 now, he goes king g3, right? It's queen h4.
King h4.
King h4, go.
Queen e1.
Queen e1 check.
King g3, and you're overloaded. Knight f5.
I mean, that's why I don't play chess anymore, yeah. Competitive chess. I'm just not that good.
Very few people are at this, yeah. No, as you mentioned, Wesley maybe doesn't know that he has a superpower. But especially when he's forced to show it, yeah, when he's forced to calculate lines cleanly. He doesn't have a choice to play something more solid or whatever, and he just doesn't fail anyway.
No, but that's what people have also told me that trained with him. He's told me, yeah, you will not believe just how strong this guy actually is. Yeah.
Would this be more impressive than Hans? Well, Hans beat the world champion with black in his first attempt. That has to trump everything on the more impressive scale. Like,
he did an amazing thing, of course. But like purely from finding difficult moves in chess, I think this game so far is really difficult to top.
Yeah.
And I still have a feeling that it's not over, yeah? Like queen f1, you could blunder queen h4, queen e7 check, and so on. Although king g3 looks better, yeah? Like hitting that bishop.
King g3 looks very nice once you think of it, yeah.
Yeah, forcing queen g2 that black can do anyway, yeah? He sort of insists, yeah? Fabi is thinking, also giving, of course, Wesley time and the calm to calculate, right? So much easier to calculate when your opponent is thinking. Bishop g2 also forces king g3, right? Just basically cannot walk into this check, yeah?
This we never want.
Also
frustrating for Fabi. He's probably calculating all this stuff and nothing works. This is not a perpetual. Even this, yeah.
It's not far off, yeah?
No, every line is sick.
It's not far off.
It wins. Yeah, bishop g2 check on the board.
And okay, he will not blunder queen e7 check.
Yet.
So he'll go king g3, has to.
He also won't blunder. Bishop c6 check.
Why is he taking his time?
Also, what's happening here?
Queen d8 and knight f5 check.
Knight f5, this is checkmate.
Actually, an absolutely historic round, right?
Niemann Alireza?
I mean, today.
Yeah, very much so. Carlsen losing to Niemann. Fabi potentially dropping out of the top 10. It's a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, he'll go queen f2,
check.
king c5, king g5, queen c5, and the bishop e4. And now white will have to find a way to pick up that bishop, right?
Yeah, that's doable, right? Give a bunch of checks and take it.
These are good checks that you gave there. Yeah, this is.
Thank you. Okay, this is not so tough, no?
I thought it was 30 seconds per move. A guy like Wesley, he has enough time, right?
I think they're so used to it. No, also with all this Champions Chess Tour with 10 seconds per move to calculate stuff so quickly. Like,
King h5 also winning.
I don't know, feels weird. It's winning, but barely. King g5 looks so much more normal now.
King g5 looks more normal.
King g5 played. Let's see, 5 on the board. It's not a 5 forced, but it's also
Otherwise,
supernatural.
Check, yeah.
In general, if you're black here, you just try not to lose by force. You try to make one more move, after which he has to make one more move.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, bishop e4, he will probably see that this bishop is hanging, right?
Yeah.
But otherwise, I also don't see any moves.
You're here.
That's probably better.
That's also checkmate, apparently. King h6.
Still some work.
Cruel.
Yeah, he played bishop d5.
Yeah. This is a nice checkmate. No?
Mm-hmm. And what about knight h6 check? Is it winning?
Yeah, but because of king e6, knight f5.
Mm-hmm. Not ideal, yeah? Mm-hmm. This is not winning anymore.
That's what I would do. I would think this is checkmate and then realize the king has this square.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would think, I messed it up, now it's a draw. Then I would realize, no, I'm lost.
Mm-hmm. That's a sad story. Oh, yeah, he gives 2 checks?
Wesley's lucky. It's mate in 7. Wesley should announce mate in 7, just for the flex, like they did in the old days. Why is no one doing that anymore, to announce checkmates? Because probably easier to check up that you're full of crap.
It's not a 3-4 repetition, right?
Not yet. But after king of 7, he has to come up with this.
Don't they have this position for the 3rd time?
Really, I wouldn't think so. Hang on. So knight f5, bishop d5. 1, 2. Did this happen? Oh no, this is just our board here.
Our board not updating, yeah?
Let's double check. That would be insane. But I can't really believe it. Although I've done this. It's very hard to count till 3. And also in the chicken chess club, sometimes even if you don't want to do it, you accidentally do it. But no, he's only done it twice. King of 7. Now he has to go 96. It's a reasonably straightforward line now after all this hard work is done. Even king h6 in the end, like 96. Whoa! Is this the 3rd time?
This is the 3rd time, yeah.
That would be insane. And it's Fabi's only chance to save the game, so he's got to claim it. No, it's a chicken chess club thing. You have that instinct, even after playing a brilliancy.
Oh my god, yeah.
I don't know though, if it's our board playing tricks on us. There's no way Fabi's not claiming it. I think it's just the board jumping back and forth. Yeah, here comes 96 check. Sorry for the scare, but no, it was just a position updating apparently. So this line is easy, or for Wesley standards.
Yeah, queen f6 and
king. So such a satisfying final move, yeah?
Yeah, queen f6, king g8, knight f5 is also pretty sweet, yeah.
Also not terrible. So what will the players do now? Wesley will give some polite interviews. Then we don't know. Catch up with Lotus. They probably have a, I don't know, house or a flat or something in St. Louis where they're staying. Eat some nice dinner. Where are the players? Like Fabi, does he live at home? The guys from St. Louis, do you stay at home during the tournament, or do they move to a hotel? Or like, how do people approach?
Usually he stays at his apartment. Played queen e7, yeah, not queen f6.
Also not a bad move.
And then king h6, right? That also looks very clean.
Yep. And the non-locals, Magnus and the gang, they're in this Chase Hotel or whatever.
They usually stay at the Chase Hotel, yeah, which has some advantages. It's pretty close to the playing hall.
Will you go knight f5 here for the flex?
Isn't king h6 like mate in 2?
Knight f5 for the flex.
That is also sweet, yeah, it's also pretty sweet.
It's a nice flex.
Yes. He might actually do this, yeah, king h6.
No, he's not. He's not Mr. Jokey Jokester. Fabi's gonna resign.
Isn't it an amazing game?
It was.
Like this sort of control at no time, yeah. Oh my god.
That's also the thing, yeah. Like all these moves he's making with like 30 seconds per move.
Yeah. Nah, this like in pure chess terms, I'm so impressed by what we saw today.
What a round, huh?
What a round, yeah. What a round indeed.
Let's briefly look at the scores of today's round. Hans Niemann making history, defeating world champion Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, crossing 2700 for the first time, and taking the lead in the tournament. Hard to ask more from an afternoon. Wesley So wins this amazingly clean game against Fabian Caruana, who put up amazing resistance. At this point, we've already forgotten, but Ali Reza also won an impressive game against Levon. Piece sacrifice, some nice tactics there. Oof, quite a round.
And Dominguez missed a very clean win against Nepomniachtchi.
That was, yeah.
Yeah, the only game which was relatively uneventful was Mamedyarov against MVL.
Yeah.
I finished in a draw.
Yeah. More tomorrow. It's Labor Day tomorrow. So, of course, there is a round. Labor shall be done. Magnus will have to bounce back. He recently mentioned that his rating performance after losses is above 2900. So it doesn't mean he will necessarily slow down. Another white against Mamedyarov. Ali Reza, he will face the Ali Reza of chess, as Mr. Dutchy would call it, Hans Niemann. That's a big one. Aronian Dominguez, Nepomniachtchi So, Fabi MVL. Hard to find a dull game with this field. All right.
Yeah, this tournament is gaining some speed, right? It's quite something.
Today was a bit of a game changer. Magnus falls back to 50%. Hans, the sole lead. That was exciting. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Thank you, Rustam. Check out our friends at Chessable and the many amazing Anish Giri courses, which are usually on sale, or my course. But don't buy the Lawrence Trent course. We cut that out. Check out Lawrence's courses. They're amazing. That's it for today. See you guys tomorrow.
Yes,
Wesley has courses as well. He seems good at chess. Check out Wesley's courses. I've heard they're great. The E4 Repertoire. E5. It's E5, Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there. Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 patzers.